The time is 9:30, so I'm going to call the meeting to order. Mayor Ryan is going to be arriving a little bit late this morning, so I will start the meeting so that we can keep moving along on our schedule, and then he'll join us when he is able. So first, can I get a motion to adopt the agenda?
Moved by Finch, seconded by Mitchell, that the agenda be adopted as amended to pull items 10A and 9.4A after 6B.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Next item is declaration of pecuniary interest. Do we have any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Minutes and business arising out of the minutes. Do we have a motion to adopt the minutes?
Moved by Finch, seconded by Mitchell, that the minutes from the August 14th, 2025 council meeting be adopted and printed as circulated.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, public comment period. We've received no public comments. So next we have our planning meetings and drainage meetings. Can I get a motion to go into public meeting?
Moved by Finch, seconded by Mitchell, that the council meeting be adjourned at 9:32 a.m. for the purpose of holding a public meeting pursuant to the provisions of the Planning Act.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Planner McDonald, would you like to walk us through application Z95-2507 and Z95-2508?
Yes, thank you. Good morning to council, staff, members of the public joining us both in person and online. The first application for zone change is in fact two applications whereby these are coming to council as a result of a decision made by the county's land division committee. The applicant had done some fairly extensive farm consolidation where numerous contiguous farm parcels have been merged on title, and there's resulting to rural residential lots being retained. The first lot in the north end they're both on the west side of 15th line, and the most northerly lot will be going into the rural residential zone with no site-specific requests being made at this time, nor none being required, whereas the southerly lot does require a special provision to recognize an existing oversized accessory structure. The existing structure has been there for numerous decades without issue, and staff, as outlined in the report, have no concerns with it remaining in place. It's utilized for storage purposes, non-livestock uses. There's no issues with retaining that structure as part of the overall consolidation and the creation of the two rural residential lots. As a result of circulation, we did not receive any comments from neighboring residents, agency staff, or otherwise. We are supportive of the applications today and are recommending approval in principle at this time, as we're waiting on mapping from the GIS team, at which time we can bring forward the bylaw to be finalized by council. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the planner? Councillor Mitchell?
Spencer, looking at the photographs and the drawings included in the report, it appears that there'll be no agricultural land taken out of production, and with the demolishing of the barns on the property, which are now gone, that there actually will be more tillable land. Is that fair to say?
Yes, to the question, I would say that it is accurate to say that there would be no agricultural land being removed from production. The existing residential lots have been there for over 100 years with the accessory structures, and that overall footprint has been established for that same period of time. There is also a provision both through the lot creation and the township zoning bylaw whereby the maximum area you can create is 2 acres or up to 2.5 acres in some specific cases, whereas the applicant in this case specifically with his mindset being on protecting prime agricultural lands as part of this, is looking at lots that are 1 acre in size or more, in line with the minimum that they can be, so as to ensure that no agricultural land is taken out of production.
Okay, and if we do not approve this zone change, would the applicant still have the option to demolish one or both of the houses?
Yes, the applicant at any point in time could apply to pull a demolition permit for a house, just as any other resident could do.
Okay, thank you.
Is the applicant here virtually? No. Okay. So I guess I won't ask if we have any questions for the applicant. Anything else on this one? Okay. Is anyone here from the public, online or in person, who would like to speak to this application? Nope. Okay. So we are going to stay in public meeting, move on to the next application, and then when we come out of public meeting, then we will vote on this one.
Thank you. The second application before council at this time similarly is coming as a result of a decision made by the county's Land Division Committee. In this case, the applicant has created 2 new residential lots we classify as residential infill lots within the village of Harrington. These are located at the south end, the top end of Cornelia Street. A couple of things I would highlight in this application. One, Public Works Department for the township has been working with the applicant to ensure that sufficient access will be made whereby Cornelia Street will be extended to provide adequate frontage for each of the 2 new lots. The other piece I would highlight is that the lots are considered undersized, where the standard is 2,800 square meters. The applicant has requested a size of approximately 2,400 square meters, so a slightly smaller footprint. I would just note for this council that at the time of the applications being considered by the Land Division Committee, we did require that an assessment be done to confirm that that reduced lot size is appropriate. And the reason we look at that lot size primarily is to ensure that adequate services, because these are on private services, so both well and septic systems, individual septic systems, can not only be accommodated, but in a situation where those systems fail, there's also sufficient room that they could be relocated or modified as the case may be. And at that time, there were no concerns from the building department with respect to the lot's ability to have those on-site services accommodated. As a result of circulation, we did not receive any comments from neighboring residents regarding the infill lots. Similarly, no comments received by agency staff or otherwise regarding any concerns. The final piece I would note is just that we do have what I would call now outdated aerial photos. So the imagery that council is seeing is 2020. The barns and structures there have been removed. The old house that was there has now been demolished, and the new houses are expected to go up in the not too distant future. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the planner? Councillor Mitchell?
The extension of Cornelia Street, how far does it need to be extended, and who pays the cost for that, the developer or the township?
Through the Deputy Mayor to the question, the extension of Cornelia Street is at the sole responsibility to both complete the work and pay for the work of the applicant. He's aware of that, and the township has the necessary assurances to know that that will be done to the satisfaction of the township. As far as the extent of that work, it will go essentially to this most southerly extension of the southerly lot at Cornelia Street. And then there would also be an area provided just west of that for an appropriate turnaround for public works vehicles.
Just checking. Is anyone here, is the applicant here, not in person, but virtually to speak to the application? No. And are there any members of the public, in person or online, that would like to speak to this? No. Seeing none, can I get a motion to come out of public meeting?
Moved by Finch, seconded by Mitchell, that pursuant to the Planning Act, the public meeting be adjourned at 9:40 and the regular meeting of council be called back to order.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And now can we have a motion to deal with the first zone change application? Councillor Mitchell?
Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Finch, that the Council of the Township of Zorra approve in principle the proposed zoning bylaw amendments to place the lands described as Part Lot 28, Concession 9, East Nisuri, and municipally known as 156701 15th line and 156681 15th line, respectively, Township of Zorra into the rural residential RR zone and a special rural residential RRSP zone, respectively, to recognize their use as a non-farm rural residential lots.
Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Councillor Mitchell?
Yeah, these two farms, I believe, were previously owned by the Amish before they moved out of our community. They were purchased by a large local farm operation. This operation did not need the barns that the Amish had used, so they were being demolished, and as we said, that actually increases the amount of tillable land. But the applicants have, rather than demolish the houses as well, which they could well have done, they have gone through the process of creating two new lots, which is really a win-win-win-win. It's a win for the new owners, the applicants. It's a win for the potential occupants and owners of the new residential properties. It's a win for the community, and it's a win for the township in that we maintain residential tax base on these two properties, which we would have lost if the applicant had just turned this all back into farmland. So based on that, I think that we should approve the application.
Anyone else? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. With the applicant not here, do I say that? Make sure you check in with Spencer or Mike. T's crossed, I's dotted. It's in the script. Can I have a motion to deal with the second zone change application, please? Councillor Mitchell?
Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Finch, that the Council of the Township of Zorra approve the zone change application submitted by Brett Precup, whereby the newly created residential infill lots on the lands described as part of Lot 30, Concession 2, and municipally known as 316828 31st Line, number 8 Cornelia Street, Harrington, Township of Zorra, be rezoned to special residential type zone R1 SP.
As the mover of that motion, would you like to speak to it?
Here again, a win-win. This was, and Spencer referred to it as infill. It's infill kind of at the edge of the village of Harrington. It was previously a farmhouse, and which has been demolished, and the applicant is proposing to double up the occupancy rate on this land without taking any land out of agricultural production, and covering all the costs of extending the road service to make that possible. So I think that along with our policies to increase housing and to encourage infill, that we should support this application.
Anyone else? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thanks. Sorry. Okay, so we shuffled around a little bit at adoption of the agenda. So we are now going to move down to item 9.4A. So we have report 2025-083 from the Strategic Initiatives Coordinator. Would you like to highlight anything from your report for us today?
Nothing at this time, but happy to take any questions that council might have.
Any questions from council? Seeing none, do we have a motion for this report?
Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Finch, that report 2025-083 from the Strategic Initiatives Coordinator be received and filed for information purposes only.
Any discussion? Councillor Stewart?
Yeah, just a quick thank you to Jacob for putting this together. This was my motion back in May. There's a couple other reports that relate to this in today's agenda, so there's some other comments. But thanks for the input here, and thanks for connecting with ROEDC as well.
Yeah, I appreciate the information provided in the report. I took note of it for more involvement from the township to promote the development, business development here would require probably more staff time, potentially more staff. I'm not in favor of doing that. I think government meddles too much in, well, meddle's not probably the proper word, but gets involved too much in development. And the best things we can do to encourage development are keep taxes as low as possible, keep regulations reasonable, and rather than building projects that are of local interest as opposed to national interest, that we do what we can with the powers that are given to us to encourage this.
Any further discussion? Okay, I will call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We're now going to take a 10-minute break, and then when we return, Mayor Ryan will be able to come back to the chair. So the time is now 9:48, so we'll return at, should we say 10? 10 o'clock to carry on the meeting.
10 o'clock, and I'll call the meeting back to order. And I want to thank the Deputy Mayor, obviously, and the rest of Council for letting me attend that other meeting, which I needed to be in. But we will return to our business now, and I am informed that where we are at is item 10A, correspondence requiring direction. Correspondence from Spencer McDonald, Development Planner, Oxford County Community Planning, regarding village core areas in Zorra Township, Thamesford, and Embro. And I will turn it over, while it is correspondence, if Council's okay, I'm going to more or less treat this as if it's a report. And I will turn it over to Spencer to highlight whatever he wants to highlight, and then I'll ask Council for questions on that correspondence before I ask you if you want to do anything with it.
Thank you, Mayor Ryan. The report before Council this time is coming as a result of a rather extensive resolution from a May Council meeting, and essentially what the report has tried to demonstrate is that there were numerous different components making up that resolution, and we've attempted to address some of them in this report. Others were separated out in a report which Council has now considered from the Township Strategic Initiative Coordinator. A few things I would highlight throughout this report, but first off, I would like to thank the Township Strategic Initiative Coordinator for his efforts in this as well. Very much a collaborative report that you have before you today. And essentially, what we're looking at here is the village core areas, both of Thamesford and Embro, and essentially looking at ways in which this township may be able to take a step in the right direction as far as both promoting economic activity, but essentially setting a framework upon which we can continue to grow those respective communities, and importantly, place some emphasis on the village core area, as it's a major economic driver for the townships, not only the settlement areas, but the township in general. We do know that there's a lot of important work being undertaken by groups such as ROEDC and others focusing on economic development. However, we do think that there's an opportunity, as Council has mentioned previously, to consider undertaking a study or studies which might explore how we can better prepare ourselves for the growth which we are experiencing and expect to continue to experience. This report highlights some of the ways in which we could do that. Essentially, what planning staff are suggesting at this point in time is that we continue to work on our site plan work, which is very important as far as making sure that we're current and up to date with all things as far as the site plan guidelines and the processes that are in place, such that when sites are ready to be developed and are appropriately zoned, we have what we want to have in place to ensure that the communities, both of Embro and Thamesford, are developing in a way that is cohesive and is reflective of the complete communities that this council has indicated they're trying to promote and establish. Beyond that, we do feel that it is important that we consider this area study as a logical next step once that site plan work has been completed. And as such, we've recommended in the conclusions and next steps that once the site plan work has been finalized, we would prepare a draft terms of reference for council's consideration. That would include looking at the team that would work on this, both township and county, also the resources that may be required for that, again, both township and county. And then we would just look to solicit feedback from council as to essentially the scope of work that this council wants to see for those respective communities and the township as a whole. Happy to take any questions on the report.
Questions from council? Councillor Stewart.
Spencer, just because of the time of year we're heading into budget season, I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about timing of both the initial site plan reviews that you're planning on doing and then follow-up terms of reference when some of that may be executed, if that was the wish of council.
Through the mayor to Councillor Stewart's question, with respect to the timing of the work, we do expect that the site plan work has not yet commenced. We are anxiously awaiting to start that work and are aiming to start it before the end of this year. Heading into next year, I expect that we would be looking to bring a draft terms of reference before this council at the end of the first quarter into the second quarter of the year, with work perhaps starting in the second or third quarter. As far as budget considerations, the county has set aside some funding for area studies. Again, that speaks to the county as a whole, not specifically to the Township of Zorra. However, in speaking with the Director of Community Planning, we do know that Zorra is looking to undertake this work. We have flagged that, so we do know that there is some funding set aside for that work. The township's contribution may not be required in 2026. If that is to change, I have been in close contact with the township CAO just to discuss next steps and if we need to present anything before council for budget considerations.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. There's a motion there. I don't know if anybody wants to move that or not.
Just a slight adjustment to what's up there for council's information, but I'll highlight what we add after I read through it, if that's okay. Moved by Stewart, second by Gregg, that item 10A be received and filed for information purposes, and that planning staff be directed to prepare a terms of reference for the completion of an area planning study or studies once the existing site plan guidelines have been updated, with a focus on the village cores of both Thamesford and Embro, as well as the feasibility of shovel-ready commercial industrial parcels, municipally owned or not, in or abutting to settlement area boundaries.
And who is the seconder, sorry? Deputy Mayor? Yeah. So Councillor Stewart, as the mover, do you wish to speak to that?
Yeah, I think we've seen the report from Jacob and the report from Spencer on this, and there's further discussions related to growth in a upcoming delegation as well. I think this is something that we do need to think about. Meaning that we're going to get a scope of work back and an impact on budget to make a further decision in the future. But just like we were, in past councils made decisions to go sort of out of the norm in terms of the residential growth we see in this village in particular, we may need to do other things to encourage the economic development as well. So I think what he has summarized in this report and the recommendation to scope out something as a future endeavor between the planning and township staff is exactly the next step we need here.
Deputy Mayor is the seconder.
Yeah, I think not speaking to the previous report because we've already dealt with that, but with that in mind, looking at this report and projected timelines, I think it feels slow, but I think we've been hearing from residents concerns in relation to growth and not wanting to be bigger. And I know from a lot of those discussions, we don't have tools to not grow, even if that were the interest. But within that growth, what can we grow into that doesn't just benefit newcomers to our community, but the community as a whole? And I think, having zoned land is one thing for employment opportunities, goods and services, but making the most of that, what other tools and opportunities are available to us. So I think, the motion that Councillor Stewart brought back in May was an important first step. And I think having this information from staff, we're now getting the expertise from staff. What could that look like? What tools do we have available? And while this isn't setting you directly on that work immediately, bringing back the terms of reference so that, once staff have had a chance to scope that, then we can decide if that's aligning with what we believe the priorities of the residents and the municipality are. So while some of this we won't see the full benefit of if we are to continue with it for decades to come, I think this is a really important starting point. And while it may feel slow to myself and possibly the public, I think this is really important work that down the road we're going to be glad that we've considered and hopefully make some investment in. So I'll be in support of this motion.
Any other discussion? He talked already, so you get to go next, then him. Councillor Mitchell.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to support the motion too. It's always worthwhile gathering information on, I noticed in the, one of the delegations that we're going to hear in a few minutes about future growth in Oxford County and Zorra Township, that Zorra Township is in the best position of any municipality in Oxford as far as residential land available. We're a little short on commercial and industrial. Embro and Thamesford are always going to be bedroom communities, and there's nothing wrong with being in a bedroom community, but to make that bedroom communities the best possible, we do need to have some commercial services and some small industry in there. And if we've got limited land to develop that, we have to make sure that we maximize the impact and that we bring in stores and other businesses that will be of the most benefit to those two service villages, but to the township as a whole. So I would support the motion on the floor.
Anyone else before I go back over here? Councillor Stewart.
Thanks. I was just going to highlight the added wording from what was recommended in the report, and it includes more discussion about industrial commercial parcels, both within and outside of settlement boundaries. And that's because as an extension of what we look for as the ideal core business, village core businesses that are more service providing. We don't want to forget about the businesses that are local to our area that are in the commercial industrial space, possibly could work in a dry industrial setting. We've also heard from ROEDC in other discussions that that's the type of land that a lot of contractors, as they grow their business, are looking for, possibly to even get off the farm, which is another thing, and expand into nearby areas or within the village cores. So that was why that was added, to be explicitly clear that we're looking at both.
Any other discussion? I think this is, for all the reasons that everybody has said, the right way to do this. I think I agree. I wish it was faster, but there's always a risk too that when you do it faster that you don't do it as well. And I think where we've got to here is very comprehensive and respectful of encouraging that the potential for that economic development in our village cores and preserving farmland. You could have easily just said, let's just expand village boundaries and make land available. So I think we've quite rightly attempted to get to a place where we're going to try and do both. Whether we're successful or not, we will see later. I think the other one that I think council and especially residents should remember in this is that if we are a largely rural municipality with most of our land quite rightly locked up from development in the agricultural reserve, then that really limits our ability to reduce upward tax pressure through growth, which is how urban centers alleviate tax pressure, is adding assessment continually. Growth reduces that tax pressure. Very challenging to do in a rural context if you don't have that growth. Hard to just not pass on at least CPI in the property tax bill. But through this kind of thing is how we would have the ability to make appropriate lands, as I said earlier, available for economic development, which could increase assessment and reduce upward tax pressure in our rural context of wanting to do that and protect ag land. So altogether, I think this is the right way to do it. I think, as the Deputy Mayor said, I want to thank Councillor Stewart for his initiative back in May and for this motion here today. I know this is broadly a project that he is particularly motivated by, and I think certainly all of us at Council and the community will benefit as we keep heading down this path. Anyone else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And now we will turn back to the regular order of the agenda, and item 7, delegations, and 7A is Kimberly Earls and Jennifer Kyle, South Central Ontario Regional Economic Development Corporation, regional partner update. And I ask you to come up to the desk there, and just if you hit the button to talk, the little red light will come on, and then everybody will hear you, especially on YouTube, and I'll turn it over to you.
So much better without them. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and staff for having us here today. We will like to give you an update on what we've been doing regionally for economic development. This seems to be the the council to do that, and you guys are having a lot of economic development discussions today, so we feel right at home. So I'm Kimberly Earls, the Executive Director of SCORE EDC, and this is our Vice Chair, Jennifer Kyle, and I'll let her introduce herself and start us off.
Thanks, Kim, and thank you, Mayor Ryan and Council, for having us here today. As Kim said, I'm Jennifer Kyle, and I'm the current Vice Chair of the SCORE Board. Additionally, I am a councillor in the County of Brant. My husband and I also operate a dairy, lamb, and cash crop farm just on the edge of Oxford County, just into the County of Brant. And I also, my day job is working for the Beef Farmers of Ontario, where I work in public engagement. So I'm wearing a lot of hats, but today I'm here on behalf of SCORE, which I think is really important. So we have a bit of a slide deck here. We will run through quickly and hopefully have some time for questions at the end, should Council have any. So just quickly to start, SCORE, I'm sure most of you are aware that it's an organization that started in 2010 and was basically designed to diversify regional economies and prepare for a prosperous future. And it came about as a result of the decline of the tobacco industry and the Sand Plains Fund. So the structure of SCORE, it starts at the county level. So there's county partners, and from there, there's the board that is formed. And then below that, we have Kim, our executive director, who manages our staff, and the Resource Advisory Committee, as well as the ministry and stakeholder resources. So Ed Ketchbaugh is currently the chair, myself the vice chair, and then our treasurer is Deb Gilvasey from Oxford County, and your other Oxford County rep is Bernia Martin. So as far as regional strategy, the priorities of SCORE focus around infrastructure required to support the economic development of the region. Human capital is another one, again, to support the economic development, and obviously given that this is a very agricultural and agri-food focused area, we do have the key sector focus on agriculture and agri-food. We did take some time, and you have it in your packages. There's a few slides here that are dedicated to how SCORE fits into the Zorra strategic plan. So I won't go into detail on that, but you can see how we've pulled out where we fit. And I'm going to turn it over to Kim to talk about some of the specific projects, and then we will wrap up.
Thank you. So discussion of long-term planning, that is what SCORE was brought together for back in 2010 to diversify out of a sort of a one-centric economy, and so that long-term planning is I guess the phrase of the day. And so one of the things that we have focused on over the last few years has been inter-community transit. What we were hearing from our workforce planning boards, which survey all of the businesses across the province, are that transit was the number one and number two barrier, depending on what sector you were speaking to, for not only attracting workers, but also for having consistent access for residents to various services, education, training. And so we pulled together the Southwest Community Transit, which now serves quite a large area. If you look on the map, the brown areas, the dark brown areas is where there are services, and the lighter brown areas are where there is potential services to move in. So that's been a large undertaking. We are at a point now where it's, I hope to evolve into a standalone rather than just be a SCORE project. It's, I feel like it could serve the region much better as that, and but we've led the way, and I think that's one of the things that SCORE does well is we do a lot of advocacy, but also we are project-based, so we test ideas, we are the catalyst for them, and then we hopefully are able to move them on and support them in perpetuity. One of the other things that I want to mention is the short line rail. So back in 2014, CN had originally said they were going to decommission, I'm trying to talk fast and I feel like my words are getting away from me. Decommission a rail in the southern part of Oxford County, and even though that doesn't go through Zorra, one of the plants along there is the ALCO, which is the ethanol plant, and their grain and inputs come from up to 100 kilometers around from that Elmer facility. And so a lot of their grain and corn comes from northern part of Oxford, even beyond into Perth. And if that rail was not there, I had a great conversation with the GM not that long ago. He said they would maybe had to consider relocating that. So we worked with a short line rail provider, and now that rail line is servicing not only the agricultural community, but the manufacturing sector along that line, and again, that whole supply chain that runs throughout our region as well. So that was another quite a large undertaking to make sure that that was still a functioning part of our infrastructure across the region. And then one of the other things that we've participated in is the expansion of energy. So the expansion of the natural gas program, we did lead that in 2015, 2016. It was a different provincial administration at that time, and if you guys can remember back, there were quite high energy costs, and that again was very important for our agricultural manufacturing and just our residents for that expansion. So again, that is something we've worked towards and kind of been building on. Recently, we participated in updating some of the thresholds through a leave to construct process, and I won't go into all that unless some of you would like to hear that later. But again, keeping an eye on regional energy and what is really needed in this area. And then we do support a lot of organizations other than our great friends at ROEDC that you guys are very familiar with and we work with very closely. And Rhonda, who's the executive director and is here with us today, also sits on our resource advisory committee. So that group that we saw at the first, we have a lot of collaboration that way, but also Rural Ontario Institute, and we supported their project through the Rural Housing Information System. And that is a project and platform designed to support maybe smaller scale developers that are looking to maybe have a better fit into our smaller communities. And so that, even though it's not a SCORE-led initiative, it is a SCORE supporting project. And I think it's important to note that one of the things that I am very proud of SCORE is that we don't always have to take the lead. We sometimes recognize that somebody else might be in a better position to lead, but we are more than happy to support and ensure that that is something that is for our region. So I'll really quickly mention, I was asked recently to participate in Fanshawe College strategic planning. There's been a lot of changes in our college system over the last years, from underfunding as well as changes to immigration. I also am a part-time teacher at the college in one of the programs, but SCORE helped to support and create the agribusiness management program, which is at 2 of the Fanshawe College campuses, and the agricultural equipment operator program, which is in nearby Brant County. And that's just an example of how we can work with local industry and our post-secondary, our workforce planning boards to bring that sort of collaborative, cohesive approach to training and all those workforce components that support economic development. And I would be remiss by not mentioning our friends at OFA. We still support them through 2 projects that we work with them on, one Feeding Your Future and the other where Local Lives. One is more domestic, focused on domestic agricultural training production for the different sectors, and the other is more of a promotional guidebook for just general public. And with that, I will turn it back over to our Vice Chair.
Okay, so just to spend a few minutes looking ahead here, so if we talk about political engagement influence, again, in your package, you do have a slide there that shows some of the different things that we have been up to as far as delegating as SCORE. But I think one of the things that's important to talk about here when we talk about political engagement and political influence is that SCORE offers the opportunity to be part of a bigger group, but not too big of a group. So if I could provide an example, with my day job at BFO, there's sometimes when we go to delegate to the ministry on our own. We go it alone. It's something specific to our sector. There's other times where we join arms, link arms with the other meat commodities, for example. And so we go together as a bigger collective voice. And then there's times where we partner with the broader agricultural sector across the sectors. So it might be us with fruit and veg, for example. But each of those are done strategically to try and have the most impact where possible. So SCORE, in our discussions at Brant, one of the things that really appeals to us about SCORE is the opportunity to be more than just little Brant when there's bigger regional issues, but to not get lost in a bigger sea, because there's times when lots and lots and lots of voices are great, but other times the message gets diluted a little bit. So it's nice to be able to have the power of 1 million people, 1 million residents, 1 million taxpayers behind you to get the attention that you need, but to not be lost in the shuffle, so to speak. So I did want to kind of highlight that as part of the political engagement and influence. Kim mentioned we are action-oriented, so while we do lots of advocacy, there is lots of actual work on the ground being done as well, which I think is really important to emphasize. And given the list of projects that Kim has touched on, I think that's fairly evident. The strategic advantage, why SCORE EDC still matters for exactly the reasons that I just outlined. In addition to that, there's the global trade uncertainty, so SCORE certainly helps put a focus on that from a regional perspective. Again, keeping it broad enough to be representative of a lot of people, but not so broad that we get lost in the shuffle. There's inclusive collaboration, reputation for success. SCORE does have really good relationships with a number of the ministries that they work with, and that's really important. And in terms of future projects and initiatives, Kim touched a little bit on that. So there's some continuing partnerships with the workforce planning boards of Grand Erie and Elgin, Middlesex, Oxford workforce planning. Then obviously we still continue to do some focused work on the agricultural sector, supply chain resilience, and some growth-related issues, specifically around things like education and schools. So obviously that's something that's not under the jurisdiction of the municipalities, but we know as councils that that's one of the things we get yelled at the most about, is when that social infrastructure that we're not responsible for doesn't keep up with the growth that's coming to our communities. So we definitely do a lot of that through SCORE as well. And then long-term strategic planning. The partnership creates immediate value, but more importantly, it's cumulative value over time. Again, it's an action-oriented organization where we are widely recognized as with a positive reputation as a region, which is really important. I know that Kim and her team get pulled into lots of meetings and get invited to different ministerial functions and meetings simply because they think to themselves, oh, who might have some information about this? Oh, I know who I'm going to call. I'm going to call SCORE, Kim and her team. So that's definitely a great asset to have. There's the ability to tackle projects and issues that are larger in scale than one municipality can obviously tackle on our own. And then we're still small enough, though, to reach a consensus, which can be a challenge, too, in a really big group. Yeah, with that kind of is a bit of a whirlwind in a nutshell type presentation, but again, we wanted to leave some time for some questions should council have any questions.
Thank you. Questions from council? Councilor Mitchell.
Yeah, what's the annual budget of SCORE, and how much of that does Oxford County contribute?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the mayor to you. The annual budget up until last year was $25,000 per partner county, so it's $120,000. Last year, after 15 years, we increased that to a $30,000 ask at the county, and I think for that fairly modest budget, we've done some pretty big, long-lasting things.
Okay. I was interested in your role in the Southwest Community Transit development. The most recent information data you had on ridership was from June of last year. Do you have any more recent information on that?
Yes, through the mayor to the councillor. Yes, we have. We're probably sitting at about 126,000+ riders, and depending on the routes, we've seen a big increase. Because SCT unfortunately launched at the beginning of a pandemic, our ridership did not reflect the need that we believed to be there, but we've really seen that increase from 2022 on. So it's, it has increased by upwards from anywhere on the low end, 38%, upwards to 211% on some routes.
And my last question, and in order to ask this question, I did some research. So I checked into the websites of 7 of the transit systems that were listed in your report. And of the 3 that are most, are closest to Zorra Township are the Middlesex County Connect, TGO, and PC Connect. All 3 of them use set routes and schedules, operating 5 or 6 days a week, using mini buses. All 3, the major provincial funding ended at March 31st of this year. Middlesex County Connect runs from Woodstock through Ingersoll to London. They have secured funding of $3.4 million for the next 5 years, and that will cover 50% of their operating costs, and they're asking 5 municipalities to contribute $422,000 each. TGO now only operates within Tillsonburg. They have canceled all their rural routes. And PC Connect, they have canceled all their rural routes within Perth County, and they only run one route along Highway number 7 from London through St. Mary's, Stratford, and Kitchener. So it doesn't sound like they've been an overwhelming success, but I just wondered, can you give us some update on the status of these 3 systems in particular, and where their funding is, and how they're evolving at this point?
Thank you, through the mayor, to Councillor Mitchell. Pardon me. Excellent research, by the way. Yeah, there's been, you know, with the decline of, or the decommissioning, I guess, sorry, I have rail on my brain. That word decommissioning isn't exactly what I'm looking for, but with the end of the pilot program funding in 2023, which SCORE did advocate for in the initial phases. So we were lucky to get that funding to start with and to have it extended. But the province was really looking for a more collaborative approach. And so SCORE has, I'll answer your question, then maybe add a little bit of information if I can. So those, you're absolutely right. Some of those routes have been removed or adjusted, and that has been largely because of the uncertainty of what the provincial contribution would be. The province, there was a little bit of a time lag. The province has put forward a new funding program, which is the Ontario Transit Investment Fund, or OTIF. And that was really meant to encourage municipalities or regions that had taken advantage of either the provincial pilot grant funding, or like County of Brant, that's completely funded municipally, to work together to consolidate that. And I think that that is probably long-term for a sustainable goal. I think that's probably a good course of action. But where there was an issue is we were kind of caught in a gap where the funding ended in 2023. Councils had to make a decision on will the province or will the province not provide other funding. And so there was a bit of a gap, and I think that contributed largely to the removal or change of some of those routes that you had mentioned. SCORE, in addition to the counties that have applied for some funding, SCORE will be applying for funding as the developer and the owner of the SCT intercommunity brand, to hopefully, again, as I had mentioned, create a intercommunity system that is a little bit like SCORE itself, in that all communities can be part of the governance of it, and where we have a bird's eye regional view, so that council decisions made at, say, Middlesex County don't affect a route coming through Thamesford, or council decisions made over here don't necessarily affect that. Obviously, council decisions are important because that's the budget piece, but I think from looking at the region from a bird's eye view rather than municipal boundaries, we'll be able to get some better integrated service and hopefully something that's sustainable in the long term. I hope that answered your question.
Any other questions for the delegation? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. Next up is 7B under delegations, Harry Youngerton and Sam Coughlin, Protect Harrington Interim Control Bylaw Request. Again, I'll ask you to come up, and if you push the button, the light will turn red, and then we can hear you, and people on YouTube can hear you, and then when you're done talking, push the button again, and then they won't hear you. I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks very much. It's good to be here. Thank you as well to planning staff and members of this council who provided feedback to an earlier draft of our request. We're going to proceed on the assumption that you have read our ICBL request document that we submitted 2 months ago.
So Sam, I am, and doing my part today, I'm here to point out that our request is for Zorra Council to do locally what you're on record as requesting the provincial government to do for the province, to place a temporary moratorium on accepting applications for new gravel pits in order to undertake studies towards improving the process. This council passed a motion on April 2022 in that regard.
And we're also aware that Zorra passed an interim control bylaw in 2014 regarding aggregate extraction land use. Studies that were undertaken then have likely been superseded by changes to the provincial planning statement, changes to the Aggregate Resources Act and other provincial legislation, along with the recent shocking Auditor General's report on the management of aggregate resources. There have also been significant studies undertaken by other municipalities who have passed ICBLs, notably the town of Caledon, and we'll come back to that. We feel that here in Zorra, both the township and we as residents have much to learn from the experience of other municipalities. An ICBL will provide us with an opportunity to work with other TAPMO municipalities, sharing experiences, expertise, and, in the case of undertaking studies, possibly expenses. Our ICBL request lists 7 land use issues for examination and study. We don't intend to go through that list in our presentation, but there's one issue worth repeating as an example of how things have changed since Zorra's last ICBL on gravel issues. The World Health Organization recently established a new safe limit to exposure to crystalline silica dust, the dust produced by gravel pit operations. The WHO limit is only half that of the province of Ontario's. This leaves the province clinging to an old standard that allows exposure to a dust concentration double that of the World Health Organization level. It's a troubling discrepancy between scientific best practice and a laggard provincial standard. But that provincial standard does not tie our hands at a municipal level. A legal opinion was recently provided to a group of municipalities and community groups such as ours. It concluded that municipalities may adopt planning policies that are more detailed or prescriptive than provincial policy, so long as they do not directly conflict with provincial policy. Additionally, the Ontario Land Tribunal has ruled that provincial plans are minimum standards and that municipalities can implement planning standards that impose more stringent standards, more appropriate to their communities. We could go on at length on other points, but our submission speaks to them more clearly than we can articulate off the cuff. If we might, though, return briefly to the example of Caledon and its ICBL. The Ontario Land Tribunal ruled back in March that Caledon was justified in seeking to update its aggregate policies with an interim control bylaw. The situation there was that CBM Aggregates had appealed Caledon's ICBL, calling into question the town's right or its authority to pass an ICBL. But CBM's arguments were turned down by the OLT in all respects. The ruling reads that, and I'm quoting here, the tribunal was persuaded by Caledon's council's submissions that the ICBL supports the town's goals as outlined in the town's official plan to preserve its unique character while managing aggregate resources responsibly. The town's policies aim to balance extraction with community and ecological interests, and the ICBL supports that aim. That ends the quote from OLT. The goal of our request is to seek a similar balance, one that is appropriate for the unique character of Zorra Township. We have a couple of questions we'd like to ask, perhaps before our time runs out, specific to the Harrington pit application, but we're hoping we can hear from you at this point on our ICBL request.
Questions for the delegation from council? I have one question for you. You brought up the issue of how the province regulates particle size and what is appropriate and what is not. Have you had, or has anybody from your organization had any discussions with any provincial representation on that?
We have met with our local MPP. That's the extent of the conversations we've had outside of this council.
Okay. Anyone else? I'm not seeing any other questions. I think you had more that you wanted to say.
With the questions, yeah. The last time that we presented to this council, we were told that there was going to be some peer reviews done, and we were hoping that we could get copies of those peer reviews.
Is there like a specific peer review you're looking for? I'm not anyway totally clear. I don't know if anybody else is. I'm not totally clear on what specific peer review that is that you're looking for.
Well, we don't know what we're done, so you know.
It was when we gave a presentation back in November. We were told that Zorra would be receiving peer review comments regarding the Harrington pit application within the month. So I think there was a process of peer review underway at that time, based on what we heard that day.
I'm going to look to staff here for a second to try and understand what, because I don't, to be honest, I don't personally remember that. Not to say it didn't happen. I'm just,
No.
I'm wondering, were we possibly talking about peer review comments in the context of the planning application? But that would not have been within the month. And I'm not aware what else we would have been soliciting peer review comments on. I don't know.
Through the mayor, the peer review that's being referenced is with respect to a particular application that's not before council at this time. However, we do, when necessary, solicit peer reviews for technical studies and other matters.
Okay. So if that was for that specific application, then the answer would be no.
Okay. There was also a letter from council to MNR last fall, as you placed you called it a placeholder letter that was being sent to MNR regarding any future position you might take on this application, if I understand what that means. But that letter said that that you would be seeking a review from the Conservation Authority, and we wonder if you have received that. And I guess what we're asking is, any peer review studies council has sought, or a request of the Conservation Authority to provide a review or comment. Are there any reviews that you have that you can share with us?
I think the answer is a simple no, because it hasn't reached the point in that planning process where those would be available or made available. What I can tell you is that certainly the Planning Act is very clear as to a process and transparency in that process. I would add that I have absolute confidence in Oxford County Planning and Zorra Township staff that we will be following that as we always do, and it will be totally transparent. And any studies, whether they're specifically ones that your group is interested in or not, any other studies that may happen will all be made available to everyone as soon as they are available. Okay. In the context of, frankly, our legal obligations under the Planning Act to make them transparently available. So it's not to say don't ask, go ahead and ask whenever you want, but I can assure you, whether you ask or not, any and all relevant studies to the planning application will be available.
Okay, thank you. Good to know. We also like to know if the township or the county have an opinion on the applicant's site access options. We've been told that the applicant did a traffic study. We have not seen it. We're very, very curious. We in Protect Harrington maintain there's no safe access. Do local authorities have an opinion there?
So again, I would say, and staff feel free to jump in and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think we're not at the point in the planning process where staff would be able to have a formal opinion, because I don't think we're at the point where we have that formal proposed access that they would be able to comment on. But by all means, correct me if I'm wrong.
That's accurate. The application that's being referred to here is frankly no further ahead than it was last time these gentlemen were before council. I would just say that there are constantly revisions and communications back and forth between the province and the proponent. We are sometimes made aware of what those communications are, sometimes we are not until later in the process. But at this point, with respect to studies and otherwise, there's nothing that's been advanced to the point of being able to share it with anybody who wishes to see it.
To explain our impatience, we first heard of this proposed application just about almost exactly a year ago, and we worked assiduously to try and understand the implications to our community, and several of us submitted comments to the MNR and to the ERO, the Environmental Registry of Ontario. The process, as I understand it, is once we submit a comment, it goes to the applicant, and the applicant replies to our comments. And among the many comments that we're aware of, some have been responded to, but some haven't. And in the comments that we have, in the feedback, in the responses that we are aware of, there's reference to new plans, new changes being made, but we're not aware of what those changes are, or and in two of the letters there's references to the traffic study, but we don't have access to the traffic study. So we're getting impatient because we want to understand the situation comprehensively so that we can give a reasoned response to the whole situation.
I'm eminently empathetic to your frustration with the glacial pace of the provincial government, not only on this but on other matters. I think all of council is. But as you said, you know, the comments and any responses by any parties to a specific application are in the hands of the MNR as the licensing authority and in the ERO, and not to this council. So we get what you get with respect to the province and their licensing and consideration. We have it available to us at the same way that you have available to you. We can comment in that licensing process in the same way that any resident can comment in it. What this council can do is adjacent to that licensing process, which is the planning process, which is related to, but not the same as, the licensing process. So the specific areas that you talked about are as opaque to us as they are to you, and as slow to us as they are to you.
So, and I guess to sum up, our real reason for being here is the ICBL, and it goes beyond the Harrington situation, because in doing the research that we've done, we've realized that there are weaknesses in the current situation, and the best way to improve them, we understand, is by the township passing a ICBL and undertaking the studies that would provide the information that would allow us to get an appropriate balance. So we encourage you to pass an ICBL.
Council has heard you on that. Any other questions from council for the delegation? If council will allow me, I realize there's an motion on the floor, but I just want to state some clarity here for I think council knows this, but for residents and the public. Council has abilities to have input on planning applications. We have those abilities under the Planning Act, which is very prescribed for everybody who acts under the Planning Act. We also separately have the ability to advocate with the provincial government for things that are not strictly within our jurisdiction, but we think that they are doing things that positively or negatively affect our community, and we want to advocate on those. For council to do its job properly, and this council has discussed these kinds of things many times in many different contexts, we need to really navigate those two things very carefully. We have the ability under the Planning Act to, in very specific ways, affect the outcome of planning applications, positive, negatively, or change them. But we cannot risk jeopardizing our ability to act on residents' best behalf under the Planning Act by taking other actions that could prejudice our decision-making ability at that time. So as you've heard already in response to some of the questions, our staff are still ongoing working with the applicant as they're changing their process. And I think that historically we have a very good track record of our staff working with applicants on any kind of planning application to try and achieve the best outcomes. But if council was to take certain actions, it could be construed under the Planning Act as prejudicial to any decision we might make in the future and jeopardize our ability to make those decisions. Notwithstanding that, council's free to do what they want to do. I'm one of five. If any one of them is motivated to do different than that, whether I agree with it or not, they're free to do that. I'm not their boss, only for their behavior in this chamber. So what I'm attempting to do here is explain what I see and what I think this council sees as appropriate avenues for it to effectively deal with any planning application that might be before us in the community. And I'll leave it there unless anybody else wants to add, correct, disagree with anything I said there.
Thank you. If I might just add, going back to the example of Caledon, they have an application for pit development that will affect that town. They pass an ICBL. The OLT said that they were within their rights, and it has not. To my knowledge, the passing of an ICBL and the studies that they've undertaken have not been considered prejudicial. certainly not by the OLT. And I think, do I understand these things fully? Obviously not, but I do think that any study you undertake as a township is not going to be seen as prejudicial. You find the right terms of reference, the scope, and you make sure that as you are talking to groups like us and others with a stake in this, that you're not leading, trying to lead that study to have a result that we're all looking for. That's not what an ICBL study is supposed to do. It remains impartial. You can pass an ICBL, you can look at it dispassionately. We would be very glad to participate in that if you have community involvement. The OLT has, I think, declared quite loud and clear that you're allowed to pass an ICBL and look at these things and find the right balance for your community.
Any other questions from council? Thanks very much. Next delegation is 7C, Hannah Yeager, Policy Planner, Oxford County ARU Initiation, and I'm not sure if Megan House, you're coming up as well, and Megan House, who is familiar to this council. I will turn it over to you. I see that the microphones are on, so fill your boots.
Hello. Can everyone hear me okay? Great, thanks. So good morning, Mayor and members of Council. As we noted, my name is Hannah Yeager, and I'm a relatively new member to Oxford County's policy planning team. And I'm joined today by Megan House, who's the co-lead of this project. And as you may remember, also led the previous updates to the official plan and the zoning bylaw with respect to ARUs. Today, I will share some results of the preliminary review, exploring how additional residential dwelling units, or ARUs, have been implemented in the Royal Townships. Next slide, please. So to provide some background, in early 2023, the official plan was amended to add policies regarding ARUs in the rural townships that conform to provincial legislative changes in 2019 and 2022. The Township of Zorra zoning bylaw came into force and effect on May 17th, 2023, and Township staff provided an update to Council on November the 1st, 2023, which confirmed there were no issues from an administrative perspective, and that County planning staff would provide a more detailed review of any zoning-specific issues and recommendations for amendments, which is part of this exercise. Subsequently, Bill 185 was passed in 2024, which further limited municipalities' ability to regulate aspects of ARUs in fully serviced settlement areas, and I'll explain how changes to lot coverage and lot area affect the bylaw later. With respect to the project goal, we wanted to continue to support the development of ARUs that are locally appropriate and are consistent with policy requirements. And to achieve that, we want to ensure that zoning provisions and decisions conform to provincial policy and the county's official plan. Additionally, we want to improve the clarity of the zoning bylaw so staff who use it day-to-day find implementation more effective, and so potential applicants find it easier to understand. Next slide, please. We reviewed a data set of planning applications between the date that the official plan policies were in effect and November the 6th, 2024, for a total of 51 applications. The information provided today summarizes the results of all municipalities combined. So these results highlight some county-wide trends that have some implications from a policy perspective, which we're presenting to all councils for their consideration and information. So for an overview, we found that most applications are occurring in the A1 and A2 zones. Almost all applications are for ARUs in a detached accessory structure. And of these applications, about 1/5 only needed approval to permit the use. So that means most applications require additional items of relief from the provisions of the zoning bylaw. We also wanted to understand which specific zoning bylaw requirements are most likely to require a planning application. And what we found is that the maximum distance from the principal dwelling unit, maximum gross floor area for the ARU, and maximum lot coverage for accessory structures are the most frequently items of requested relief. What this result suggests is that applicants are motivated to build larger detached ARUs located further from the principal dwelling and perhaps even outside of the established residential cluster in the agricultural area. The agricultural reserve. We also wanted to understand how often planning reports recommendations match the application's outcome, and in cases where they did not match, understand why that was. And this can reveal whether decision makers have a good understanding of the planning policies and the rationale behind them, or potentially highlight where certain values, such as the provision of housing, may be prioritized over other planning goals. Most frequently, a planning report will recommend approval, and the council decides to approve the application, and this occurs about 3/4 of the time. However, we found that for most of the remaining cases, when a planning report recommends refusal, it almost never had a matching decision. Next slide, please. So why does this occur? We found that the size of a proposed ARU is the most common reason that a planning report refusals are not reflected in a council decision. In these cases, maximum lot coverage for accessory structures and maximum gross floor area for ARUs happened more frequently and required greater amounts of relief compared to when planning reports recommended approval. Additionally, the research showed that certain land use, safety, and compatibility requirements are not being maintained by council decisions. For example, proposals to permit a detached ARU in addition to an existing garden suite on the same lot, providing relief from MDS 1, and establishing an ARU in a floodplain were approved or deferred. Overall, these findings suggest that controlling an ARU size or meeting certain safety and compatibility requirements may not be well understood, or that other planning goals are being prioritized. The research also considered the prevalence and potential impact to when applicants convert an existing principal dwelling to an ARU and choose to convert a new principal dwelling. And for simplicity, I'll refer to this as a swap. We found almost 40% of all applications involve a swap, and most of these applications are occurring outside of settlements in the agricultural reserve. The report discusses in greater detail the potential motivators for why swaps occur or may occur, but the important thing to understand is whether this phenomenon has an impact. Analysis determined that applications involved in a swap are more likely to request relief for both maximum gross floor area and distance from the principal dwelling compared to applications not involved in a swap. On average, swaps require greater amounts of relief for distance from the principal dwelling. And on average, when a swap occurs, more land is used for residential dwelling space overall to when a swap does not occur. While there's no inherent problem with swapping dwelling types, decisions should consider whether they meet the intent of policy criteria for the agricultural area, which includes size and locational requirements. Next slide, please. And the preliminary review considered both local and provincial policy criteria. Official plan policies were designed to meet local priorities, reflect provincial policy goals, and consequently inform the updated policies in the 2024 PPS. As a result, we found that the county official plan policies don't require any amendments to be consistent with the PPS, and similarly, the new policies in the PPS reinforce the importance of maintaining the intent of local requirements, particularly locational and size criteria for ARUs in prime agricultural areas. It's also important to note that other accessory housing forms, like on-farm residences for farm labor, are still permitted subject to qualifying official plan criteria. ARUs are intended to provide an affordable housing option with added flexibility for certain policy requirements, however, are not intended to be second single detached dwellings. Therefore, ensuring an ARU is secondary and subordinate to the principal dwelling has beneficial impacts for the agricultural reserve. When development is compact and efficient, for example, it ensures farmland is not removed unnecessarily and secures it for current or future agricultural uses. As we all know, agricultural land is a valuable resource that's often under pressure for non-agricultural uses. Similarly, keeping ARUs close to the principal dwelling is important as it reduces the expectation that they can be severed, reduces impact on rural infrastructure, and reduces the likelihood of having a new sensitive residential use, creating a conflict with surrounding agricultural operations. Lastly, it continues to be critical to meet provincial requirements for MDS and protection from flooding to ensure that people and property remain safe and that rural residential land uses are compatible with surrounding agricultural operations. We recognize that every application's merit is evaluated on a site-by-site basis, and making decisions that balance planning principles and constituents' needs and desires is a difficult task. However, where ARUs are unable to meet requirements for compatibility or safety or do not meet the intent of size and locational criteria, our suggestion is alternative locations or design should be explored and considered, recognizing that ARUs are permitted in a range of built forms, including inside and attached to the principal dwelling. Next slide, please. To get additional information to help explain this data, we also consulted planners and staff on a preliminary basis to learn about their experiences with implementation and reviewed what other comparable municipalities are doing. All of this research together helped to inform the development of potential changes to the bylaw, which I'll share now. So one proposed approach that we recommend is shifting away from gross floor area to regulate the size of an ARU and lot coverage of accessory structures. We've learned that gross floor area is being implemented inconsistently across municipalities, and there may be better ways to regulate an ARU scale. Because gross floor area is used for other types of land uses, the proposed changes are only intended to affect ARUs and residential accessory structures. To achieve this, first, we propose to limit an ARU size through its habitable area. This approach is used by other municipalities, and we believe that having a distinct concept will be easier to implement and understand. We also propose to use ground floor area, or the footprint of a building, to calculate lot coverage. This would focus on managing on-site stormwater management and landscaped open space instead of using floor area that potentially affects multiple stories of a building. This would affect detached ARUs and accessory structures, while other measures, such as setback and height, would continue to apply. We're also proposing to add definitions for distance from detached ARU and amend the existing definition for principal dwelling. So defining distance from and detached ARU are intended to be minor amendments to make the existing requirements easier to calculate or to improve the bylaw's overall precision by distinguishing between different forms of ARUs, while amending the definition of principal dwelling will clarify that the addition of an ARU does not change the principal dwelling into any other type of dwelling. This last change is motivated by the research results, which we just shared, that reveal swaps are relatively common in the rural area. But to be clear, this change is not intended to prohibit swaps, however, just make the intent of proposals more explicit when they do occur. With respect to driveways, the official plan requires that all ARUs outside of a settlement must use the same driveway as the principal dwelling. Research and consultation with staff suggests that in addition to ARUs being located increasingly far from the principal dwelling, some are not sharing the same driveway. Without a bylaw provision, this official plan requirement is difficult to implement from a technical perspective. So we're proposing to add a provision that reflects this requirement, and the intention again is to make it clear that when ARUs are located very far from the principal dwelling, they're not meeting these other OP requirements. With regard to detached additional residential dwelling units, currently the official plan and the PPS establishes limits to the maximum number of detached ARUs per lot. We're proposing to amend the bylaw to reflect these permissions for detached ARUs, which will depend on the zone category, in order to improve clarity of the bylaw. With respect to legislative changes, Amendments through Bill 185 now require that for fully serviced settlement areas, a lot containing an ARU may not be required to have a more restrictive minimum lot area for an ARU, and municipalities must permit a maximum of 45% lot coverage for all buildings and structures on a lot where an ARU is established. Although, as we shared, most planning applications are happening in the agricultural reserve, we propose to amend these requirements for the R1 to R3, CC, and V zones in service settlement areas to ensure that the bylaw clearly conforms to provincial requirements. And lastly, we found some opportunities to enhance the bylaw's clarity and consistency through some minor technical changes. Examples would include stating existing official plan requirements with respect to garden suites, changing undefined terms to defined terms where appropriate, and removing duplication between the bylaw and the building code with respect to minimum dwelling size. Ongoing feedback from township staff, simultaneous zoning bylaw consolidation work will both inform what other changes will improve the overall implementation of the bylaw. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, county staff are looking to receive initial feedback as well as resolution from council to initiate the zoning bylaw amendments. Provided the request to initiate the zoning bylaw is approved, further research, drafting of provisions, and consultation with area municipal staff and council will continue. I just want to thank you all for your time today and extend my thanks to the township staff for their ongoing assistance during this preliminary review. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Questions from council? Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for the report, and I'm glad to see that the whole ARU legislation has been tracked and reviewed. Whenever you bring in something that's brand new, there's always some results, unintended consequences that come out of it, and some tweaks need to be made, and that appears to be what this is all about. And you indicated it's has been very popular in Zorra Township. We've had lots of applications for rural ARUs. Two questions. Are the only ARU applications that come before councils the ones that require minor variances or zone changes?
Through the chair, yep, that's my understanding. The only ARUs that should be coming forward through planning applications are for minor variances and zone changes to permit ARUs.
So if they're not required, they just go through staff and get approved?
That's correct.
Spencer's nodding, okay. So it's a follow-up question. The changes that are being proposed, would they reduce the number of minor variances and zone changes that would be required?
Through the chair, thank you for your question. It's a great question. It's one we've received before. I think the intent, the primary goal is to improve implementation and clarity rather than reduce the number of applications overall. In some cases, applications are received because people just want really, really big ARUs, and making a tweak to a definition isn't necessarily going to move the needle in terms of overall amount of applications being received. That would be my honest perspective. However, with respect to proposed changes to lot coverage being focused on ground floor area, my thought or prediction is that it might incentivize certain types of ARUs that are detached to be built. It would kind of encourage them to be built upwards rather than sprawl outwards. So it can encourage certain types of ARUs to be facilitated, but for the most part, most proposed changes are intended to be kind of minor tweaks to make it a little bit more clearer.
Yeah, and I agree. We don't want to do anything to reduce the attractiveness of ARUs. We just want to streamline the system, both from the planning side of it and workload on planning side, also make it easier for people in as far as the stress of doing this and the cost of doing it, the speed of doing it. So thanks for bringing us up to date on it.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Does anybody want to do anything with this report? Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, second by Gregg, that council receive Oxford County Report CP 2025-254 for information purposes, and that council directs staff to proceed with initiating amendments to the township zoning bylaw under section 34 of the Planning Act to support improving the implementation of additional residential dwelling unit policies within the Oxford County official plan.
As the mover, do you wish to speak to that? Anyone else? seeing any. I would just say that I'm really glad that Oxford County Council invested in more policy planning work that our area municipalities can benefit from. Anyone else before I call the question? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. And we're going to take a 5-minute break. Call the meeting back to order, and we are at item 7D, delegations. Jamie Cook, Watson and Associates, and Megan House, Oxford County Community Planning, Oxford County Growth Analysis and Land Needs Assessment. I will turn it over to both of you, and just before I do, can I just ask Mr. Cook if you can hear us?
Yes, I can hear you fine. Just had to get my
Great.
mic on. And
Thanks very
can
much.
you hear me?
All right, I will turn it over to you and Megan to see who wants to start this off, and it'll be your show after that.
Great. Thank you very much. Megan, did you want to provide an introduction?
Yeah, sure. Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. So we've included a package of information in your agenda today that summarizes the draft findings of the study to update the county's growth forecasts and settlement area land needs. The current growth forecasts and land needs assessment was adopted by County Council in 2020. Since that last study, significant growth has occurred in the county, which warrants updates to the forecasts and land needs. The county initiated the current study in 2024, and it's being undertaken by Watson and Associates economists. County Council received the draft population, household, and employment growth forecasts in November 2024, and authorized planning staff to undertake the remainder of the project based on those forecasts. And that report was circulated to area municipal councils. So we're now consulting on the draft land needs assessment, and Jamie Cook and Brad Post from Watson and Associates are joining us virtually to present the draft findings. And so now, through the mayor, I would now ask Jamie to start his presentation.
Thank you very much, Megan, and welcome, or thank you for welcoming us. Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. It's a real pleasure to be able to speak to you, to present to you the draft findings of our growth analysis and land needs study. I'm going to have Brad share our screen. Thank you very much. Can everybody see that coming up?
We can.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'm going to walk through about a 15 to 20-minute presentation to provide you an outline and a summary of our key findings to date. We're consulting with all of the local municipalities over the next month before we go back to County Council on the final presentation of the draft findings of this study. So really happy to be able to speak to you on this today. If you can go to the next slide, Brad, just in terms of an introduction. So we were retained back in 2024 to undertake this growth analysis and land needs study update. It forms an update to a previous 2020 comprehensive review study that was conducted for the county. And since that time, we've seen a number of changes to the growth outlook for the county and more broadly across the region and the province. A lot of that was triggered through the COVID pandemic, but there's been other demographic and economic influences that have also had an impact on that growth rate. We've also seen significant changes to provincial planning policy, and as a result, there's a need to go back and take a look at this analysis. So as part of this work, we did prepared a long-term population housing and employment growth outlook for the county. And then we allocated that growth by area municipality. We took a further deeper dive looking at how that growth was allocated within the settlement areas of, the urban serviced settlement areas, unserviced villages, as well as the remaining rural area. We also looked at how growth is being allocated by policy area. So that we'll speak to that in the presentation, but it largely looks at the intensification areas and designated growth areas within settlement areas. From there, we conducted a land needs assessment looking at both community areas, so generally where people live, and employment areas where people work. And we looked at that over a 20, 25, and 30-year period. So essentially, this analysis is really looking to assess how much urban land are we going to require over that long-term period to accommodate this growth. And then we also provide a series of strategic planning recommendations to inform the county's official plan. Next slide. So I wanted to speak a little bit about some of the key provincial policy changes in this context of how we conduct these studies within the context of provincial policy. And so, as I mentioned, there's been a number of key policy changes over the last several years. Probably the biggest one that really impacts this study is the update of the provincial planning statement of 2024. That was ultimately approved in October of 2024. And what that revised PPS does is it takes two previous reports, being the provincial policy statement of 2020 and the places to grow plan, it takes those two studies and integrates those studies into one document. Ultimately, the province is really emphasizing the need for a more prescriptive and more outcome-based approach to planning. It builds on their emphasis to provide more housing across the province. So many of the policies in this document really emphasize the priority for housing. It also states that when we're doing studies like this, looking at population growth forecasts, we're to look at the Ministry of Finance projections that are produced annually as a basis for our growth projections, but we can modify as appropriate. So we have looked at that. It does also identify a range in the planning horizon that we can look at. So we can look at a 20 to 30 year period in terms of how we take this analysis of growth and how we use that to designate lands within the official plan. So we can look longer than that for the purposes of infrastructure planning, but we can only designate to a period of 30 years. But for employment areas, so the non-residential industrial lands, they do allow us to go further out over a longer term period. At the end of the period of preparing this report, they also released a updated report on provincial guidelines. Those guidelines essentially set out how we project population and how we can also assess urban lands through a more uniform province-wide approach. It's generally similar to the previous guidelines that were released back in 1995, so it's been a long time, but there are some nuances that we can speak to if you'd like. We've also taken this information and then used it to inform the official plan. So this will result in recommendations with respect to the official plan on things like population, intensification, housing, and employment, for example. So the next couple of slides, I wanted to speak to some of the economic and demographic trends that have been occurring, and we'll be brief, but there's a few that I really want to emphasize. So the first is really looking at how we've been growing across the county as a whole with respect to migration. So there's really three types of migration. There's international migration, so migration coming from other parts of the world to Oxford County. And that's identified in the light blue. And then there's interprovincial migration, so that's migration coming from other parts of other provinces in Canada, then coming to Oxford County. And you can see that's orange, and it's been generally low or negative in most cases. And then we have the intra-provincial migration, which is in the dark blue, and that's immigration coming from other parts of Ontario to Oxford County. You can see that's really been the primary driver of growth over the last decade or so. You can see it really jumped up between 2016 and 21 and continued to be strong into the 2021 to 2024 period. So it's important to note that you're located in a very strategic location along the 401-403 corridor, and you're located directly west of the fastest growing region within Ontario, being the Outer Ring region. About 24% of that migration is coming from Waterloo, about 18% from Brant, Haldimand, Norfolk, and another 20% coming from the GTHA, and about 11% from London. So it gives you a sense of, where is that migration coming from? And this migration has really been the primary source of population growth. So that's really a key story with respect to those migration trends. And the next slide really speaks to a little bit about, well, why is this happening? And why are we seeing so much migration coming to Oxford County? And why do we expect that to continue to be strong over the next 20 to 30 years? And so there's a number of growth drivers, and I'll just start by saying that really, from my perspective, it really relates to this phenomenon or issue I would just generally describe as outward growth pressure. So you're seeing outward growth pressure coming from the GTHA and now that western region of the Outer Ring that I mentioned. And a lot of that's been driven by the demand for housing, and particularly more competitively priced housing, generally more grade-related housing options that just aren't available in the GTHA or even to some extent the Outer Ring area of the Greater Golden Horseshoe. And so those more competitive housing options that are available in Oxford are a key driver of growth, but you need other factors as well to support that continued demand. And so this schematics helps to describe that. So in addition to that outward growth pressure for demand for housing, there's other factors that are going on as well. And so I'll start with that purple hexagon in the bottom left corner. labeled local industrial regional economic opportunities. And so what I would want to just help explain is that when you look back over the last decade or so, even now getting a little beyond a decade, we've seen a gradual increase in economic opportunities and economic growth within the London economic region. This has been a common trend we've seen not only in the London economic region, but elsewhere in Southern Ontario. It really happened as a result of the slow economic recovery we saw from the financial crisis in 2008 and 9. We started to see a bit of a turnaround in manufacturing. Some of that those heavy losses that we experienced prior to that period started to recover. We've seen some more growth in export-based sectors, and also more growth in also some other knowledge-based, more service-related sectors. And so those regional economic opportunities are also helping drive economic growth. I mentioned the strategic location, primarily along that 401 and 403 corridor. When we look at how populations are growing in Southern Ontario, we usually see that the fastest growing areas are along that corridor. And as we get further away from that corridor, the growth rates typically start to decline from those peak growth rates along the corridor. So when we look at Southwest Ontario, it's typically Oxford and Middlesex that are seeing the greatest shares of growth right now. Population growth by age is also important because we have an aging population, which puts downward pressure on labor force participation, and that can slow economic growth. But with more immigration in working age population, that helps to drive more economic growth and better results with respect to labor force participation. We've also seen a significant amount of technological change. I won't go into all the details there, but I think the biggest one we saw was really the COVID impact that we saw starting in around 2020, with an increase with more hybrid and remote work opportunities. It's really sort of changed the game in terms of how people commute and how and those patterns with respect to how we work. And we expect that will continue to drive future growth in Oxford and the surrounding community shed in the future. The county also has a vibrant rural economy with over 2,000 active farms across the county. Agriculture really does play an active role and a significant role in economic growth. And also quality of life is a key factor influencing local decisions of businesses and residents. So that gives you a bit of the narrative of why we're growing and how we're growing. Now we'll get into the results of the forecast. So the next slide provides a summary of the population forecast for Oxford County. And as I mentioned, we ultimately looked at the Ministry of Finance projections. At the time, we had the projections available as of 2024. They are released annually. So since the preparation of this work, we now have the 2025 forecast as well. I'll note that the forecasts are coming down now a little bit relative to these peak projections that came out by the Ministry of Finance in 2023 and 2024 following COVID. So since that time, we've seen a reduction in federal immigration targets, reductions in the amount of non-permanent residents that we're allowing into the country. So in some cases, we are seeing fairly significant reductions, around 10 to 15% in the overall projections from the 2024 numbers. In Oxford County, they came down about 2%. So the county's been more resilient to some of these impacts. You can imagine that areas that are more susceptible to international immigration and non-permanent residents are going to see a bigger change. So ultimately, we have a forecast here out to 2061. So we're going quite a ways out to 40 years out from the census of 2021, projecting that Oxford County will reach a population of 223,600. That's a growth rate of 1.4% annually. So it's a little faster than the provincial growth rate of, I think, 1.1%. You can see it's quite a bit faster than what you've experienced over the long term historically. So that has significant implications in terms of how we accommodate this population going forward. Next slide. Next slide provides a summary of the employment forecast. This is a similar projection in terms of the horizon going out to 2061. This is a forecast that has been prepared solely by Watson. There are no provincial numbers on employment. We're projecting the employment base in Oxford County to reach about 110,000 by 2061. That's an increase of about 43,600 jobs, or about 1,200 jobs annually. So it's a significant amount of employment growth. About 40% of this employment is anticipated to be in what we call population-related employment. So jobs that are basically associated with population growth in retail, commercial, professional services, institutional type employment. Another 40%, though, is also identified in the industrial sector, in sectors like manufacturing, wholesale trade, logistics, warehousing, construction. And then we also have identified 20% of the employment to be in work at home and off-site employment categories. You can see that the line on this graph shows the employment activity rate. That's just a fancy way of saying the ratio of jobs to population. And we're largely projecting this activity rate to be relatively stable at around 49%. So for every 2 people, we're saying there's 1 job on average over the long term. So with that, I want to get into the allocations for Zorra. So we've taken a look at the potential growth by area municipality. We've looked at a number of local supply and demand factors, both historical and forward-looking factors, and we've identified the population growth share for Zorra at around 7%. You can see most of the population growth is going to Woodstock, Tillsonburg, and Ingersoll, but there is still a significant share going to the townships. And on the employment side, we have identified about a 3% allocation to Zorra, you can see from that total. So what does that mean in terms of population growth for Zorra and employment growth? On the next slide, you can see it does mean a fairly significant rate of population growth. We've identified a 2061 population for Zorra of 15,500. That's an increase of about 6,500 people. It's a growth rate of about 1.4%. So again, a similar growth rate to the county as a whole, and relative to the province, a slightly faster growth rate overall. So to accommodate this amount of population, we're identifying the need for about just under 70 new housing units a year over the next 40 years. So that is a fairly steady amount of housing growth. When we look historically, the township's been averaging, from looking at the census data from 2011 to 21, about 30 units a year. So it's a fairly significant increase in the overall rate of annual housing that we're projecting. The next slide gets into the employment forecast. Similarly, we've looked at a long-term horizon up to 61. We're identifying that the employment base is projected to increase to reach about 4,300 jobs. That's an increase of about 1,300 jobs and a growth rate of about 1%. So it's a slightly lower growth rate than the population, but overall a much faster growth rate than what we've been seeing historically. You can see from 2011 to 26, the employment base has been relatively flat. So from here, I wanted to get a little bit into a discussion on the land needs calculations. This schematic provides a summary of how we conduct these land needs assessments. So we start off with a county-wide analysis, and then with these allocations, we then allocate, and sorry, that should be Zorra. We're allocating Zorra by urban settlement, service settlement area, and service village and unserviced village. So the service villages that we're allocating in Zorra are Thamesford and Embro. So once we've identified the amount of urban growth, we then break that down into two buckets. So as I mentioned, there's the community area bucket, which is essentially the living area, and the employment area bucket, which is essentially the industrial areas. And within that community area bucket, then we break that down into 2 policy areas, one being the built-up area. So this is generally representative of the built-up areas within the service villages that are currently built or are undergoing development today. And then the greenfield areas are the remaining lands that are designated within these service villages that are vacant today and are not actively being developed yet, but are planned to be developed into the future. The built-up area is also broken down further into remaining built-up area and nodes and corridors. It's a bit more of a relevant allocation for the city and towns, but also an important distinction. On the next slide, I wanted to just provide a bit of a breakdown of how those housing units that I mentioned are being broken down. So I said it's about, it's roughly about 67, well, it's roughly 70 as it, but actually it's about 67 units a year. About eight units of those totals are going to the remaining rural area. About 59 units a year are being allocated to Thamesford and Embro. And then within that forecast for the urban area, we've broken it down between intensification and greenfield area. So we're identifying about a 25% intensification target. That is a little bit higher than the other townships across the county, but we do note that there's a significant of proposed housing development within and development underway within the Kingwood home development. So as a result of that, we have identified a fairly robust intensification target as that development is within the built up area. And then the remaining development has been identified within the greenfield areas. Next slide, Brad. So in terms of the employment breakdowns, there's really, again, two key breakdowns for the urban area, as I mentioned: community area, so retail and institutional jobs, other commercial jobs, and then the employment area being the industrial. So the community areas are anticipated to accommodate about 70, just over 3/4 of the overall employment growth. So that includes, as I mentioned, commercial, institutional. It also includes work at home and some off-site employment as well. So that could, when I say offset, I'm talking about like jobs like if you're a landscape contractor, or say you're a truck driver, you might not have a specific place of work, but you live in the community area. So that's where we count those jobs. The employment area has been identified to accommodate 14% of the growth. So that growth would ultimately capture small and medium scale industrial development. Other trades and construction would be included in that, and other industrial type development. And then there's also a 9% allocation within the unserviced settlement areas and the remaining rural areas. So this could be agriculture employment or agriculture related activities, as well as work at home or other off-site employment. Next slide. So with respect to, one more thing I wanted to say about the rural employment, we have undertaken a fair bit of an analysis on the rural employment base and policy direction with respect to rural. We note that the PPS, the planning policy statement, doesn't really provide a lot of direction with respect to this issue. So we know that there's a demand for not only urban service industrial development, but also dry industrial development. So we have assessed this and broken this down in our analysis. We've recognized that that it's important for, while there is minimal amount of dry industrial employment, the unserviced settlement areas provide clusters of business operations, largely serving the surrounding rural area, that are essential to the county's economic future. So with that, it's very important to take a look at the needs for dry industrial lands within these unserviced villages. The report discusses the types of rural industrial development that are directed to unserviced villages. It considers targets for employment sectors, such as agriculture-related or supportive sectors. It also identifies some of the local attributes of dry industrial development, such as parcel size, layouts, employment density, local location criteria when we're planning for these types of uses, adjacent to things like, where they should be located within respect to these unserviced settlement areas, access to county roads or other highways, MDS, and other agricultural impacts. All of this has, again, been assessed within the context of the current provincial planning policy framework and the county policy framework. So with that, I wanted to just spend a few more minutes just talking about the land needs on slide 18. We've assessed the overall need for land across each of the area municipalities and each settlement area within Oxford. In Zorra, we've identified there's actually a surplus of land out to 2061. So over the long-term period, given the amount of supply of land that you have now within your service villages and the demand that we've identified there's more than enough land to accommodate our forecast. When we include the The secondary plan in Embro, which is approximately 20 hectares, we've identified by 2061, we still have a surplus of about 16 hectares of land. So no need to expand boundaries in Zorra at this time for community area purposes. The next slide identifies the employment land need. So this is the industrial land need. We have a similar situation that we have a supply of about 24 hectares of land. We have a demand of about 18 hectares. So over the 30-year period, we still have a surplus of about 6 hectares, and that surplus is obviously a little larger into the 20 and 25-year period. So in terms of next steps, we've been in a period of consultation over the last several months. We've been meeting with the local development community, the local area municipalities as well, now speaking to local council. We expect to finish up this consultation by October. The county is currently reviewing our draft report, and we are looking to finalize that report in September and then go back to county council probably in early November of this year. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Questions from council on the delegation? Councilor Mitchell.
The best news that come out of your report, you said just a minute or two ago, was that Zorra has no need to expand our boundaries of our service villages, that we've got more than enough land for the foreseeable future. I got 3 questions for you, and the first one's how the forecasted numbers were estimated, and it says on page 2 of the report that future population growth forecast is based on historical trends considering recent and forecasted immigration levels. The first chart that you brought up with the migration shows that the biggest factor is people moving here from other areas of the province, but also quite an increase in international migration. And from 2011 to 2016, net international migration was 4% of 550 people annually for 22 people. But more recently, 2021 to 2024, same net international migration was 19% of 2,880 people, so 547. So how much, when you're calculating migration and expected population growth, how much weight was put on the 2011 to 2016 numbers as opposed to the 2021 to 24 numbers?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, it's a good question. I would say that we typically don't, get into a situation where we're going to assign, specific weight like that. We have, X percentage of weight on one period or another. I think what I would say is that we try to be holistic in looking at the entire, picture in terms of how things have been growing historically and how we expect things to materialize going forward. And so going forward, it's really a top-down and a bottom-up process of looking at this. So there's these, macro issues and demographic issues that we're trying to grapple with. And then there's, what's happening more locally. So on the macro side and the more broader, picture, we're looking at, well, how many people is the federal government letting in every year with respect to international migration? And that number's dropped by about 25% from the peaks we had during COVID. We're also seeing a reduction in those non-permanent residents that I mentioned. It hasn't impacted Oxford County as much because there's not as many non-permanent residents here as there would be in places like Toronto or Peel. And then we're looking at, going forward, well, what's going to continue to drive that population growth and that migration. So the federal government's still, identifying a fairly heavy amount of growth through net migration. And we continue to see that outward growth pressure that I mentioned continue to materialize because of those factors that I raised. And so we tend to, believe that we're going to continue to still see steady population growth in this region of southwestern Ontario, and particularly in Oxford because of that strategic location you have along the 401 and 403 corridor. And then we look at, well, where is it going to go from there in terms of the county and how we allocate it? And, looking at the amount of growth that you've accommodated in the past, the amount of development activity that you're currently working through your development approvals process, looking at what we think is a reasonable sort of a growth assimilation forecast for Zorra. We then come up with a forecast. So we take a look at all these things, and then we ultimately model it out, and then we go back and forth a little bit. We say, well, maybe we need to tweak it here or there. We get some feedback, and that's what we've been in that process for several months now. So it's a long-term projection. It's an art and a science. We're going to come back at this several times between now and 2061. But I think the main message is that we think that the trajectory for growth has increased. We think things have changed. We think because of all those factors, you're going to continue to see more pressure for growth than you have seen relative to the last 20, 25 years. And this is sort of why today's presentation is trying to help explain why we think that.
Okay, thank you. My second one was there's a few mentions, and you mentioned it about the aging population. 30 years from now, which you're projecting out, the demographic that I'm in, most of us are going to be dead, the baby boomers. So at some point in the next 30 years, that aging population is going to start, the average age going to be younger. What impact does that have on the amount and the type of housing that would need to be built between now and then?
That's another really great question through the mayor. So clearly we have an aging population in Canada, and most of the Western world, I would say all of the Western world, is being impacted by this because of that bulge of baby boomers that were born, post World War II. We've actually done modeling to extrapolate growth out right almost at the end of the decade, and we actually still see that even when you go that far out, the population is still older than it is today, because we've got a wave of baby boomers that are working through the population pyramid, but we then have a wave of millennials that also work their way through. So the only way to really counter that is to continue to try to emphasize more net migration and ultimately more younger working age members of the population into the forecast or into the population base. And so because you've seen such a significant amount of net migration, and a lot of that is in age groups of young adults and adults that are in their family formation years, it has been helping to mitigate that aging process, or that composition of the population, I should say. And so you're still going to age going forward as a whole within the county and within Zorra, but with more migration, it will help mitigate that. But that does put, over the next 30 years, that's 30 to 40 years, that's going to put increased pressures on a range of housing types. So you're going to see needs for family, related housing types like, grade-related housing forms like single detached, semi-detached, townhomes for younger adults and adults that are in their family forming years, but with such a bulge of boomers and aging adults, you're going to need a variety of housing types to accommodate seniors housing, more affordable housing types. And the thing about that part of the population is that it's coming, that aging of the population is happening regardless of whether the net migration comes or not. So even if my forecast, the forecast here is ambitious and we don't achieve this level of growth, the aging of the population is largely going to be associated with those that are already living in Zorra or the county today, and they're going to be aging in place or aging within their community. So it brings up a whole other discussion about, well, what do we need to do in terms of how we find and think about housing for that population? I'm a firm believer that it's not just about aging in place, but it's more about aging in your community. So you need opportunities to provide housing, sufficient housing for seniors and aging residents, aging people within the community, not just in their own home.
Okay, and my last question is on figure 4 of page 7 of the report shows that Zorra has a higher percentage of annual population growth than any other municipality except Tillsonburg in Oxford County. But there's other charts that show most of that growth will be in Thamesford. And you mentioned location a number of times. What the factor that Thamesford is located close to London, Woodstock, Ingersoll. Is that a bigger factor than the fact that we have land available for housing, or can you compare factors, or what do those factors play in the projections that we are going to grow faster than other communities?
That's a good question, yeah. So we've looked at a number of those factors. We've looked at your location and proximity to London. We've looked at servicing capacity. We've also done the development charge work for the county, and through that work, we got into a fairly significant review on servicing. We've looked at the amount of development applications that you're currently processing within your development pipeline, land supply, and all those, all of that analysis is identifying to us that there are no significant constraints to growth, and that there are opportunities in Zorra and specifically in Thamesford for future growth. I think you do have to be careful with growth rates. I think they're a good tool or a good metric at the more broader level, but they can be a little misleading sometimes when you get into smaller geographies, because you're growing fairly significantly from a relatively small base, and that tends to put a bit of more of an emphasis on that growth rate being quite strong. So it's important, I think, to look at both rates and the overall absolute amounts of growth. But I constantly sort of refer to rates, because then you can compare your rate to Oxford and to the province, just to get some context. But that's generally what we look at and how I would describe that.
Okay, thank you very much. Fascinating information.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councillor Stewart.
Yeah, really good data here to sit and analyze. And we've had other discussions today about employment opportunities and bringing more business to either village cores or outside. And a couple slides sort of speak to the growth. Your pages 11 and 12 talk to population growth and then employment growth. And just quick calculation, we're looking to, over this long period of time, and I understand that it is a long outlying prediction, with an 86% population growth, we're only seeing a growth rate of employment of 38%. So while we're talking here about trying to attract more businesses as our township grows, and in particular some of our service villages grow, it doesn't seem like the projections will match that. And it obviously supports, you can see it in the differences on slide number 9 as well, that the larger centers, Woodstock, Tillsonburg, and Ingersoll, get more employment as the overall growth of Oxford County lines up. And I'm wondering if you could provide any context to that. I think there's some obvious answers to industrial growth being centered around the larger villages, or larger cities, I should say. Is that sort of consistent with the overall county plan for employment increases?
Through the mayor, I think you kind of nailed it there in terms of the overall sort of influences of the larger settlement areas of Woodstock and Tillsonburg and Ingersoll. These areas. So I guess just to back up, there's really two main types of employment growth. There's these population related sectors, so the commercial, institutional, and then there's the export based development, the industrial development. And so when we look at the larger urban centers, they're getting more of that export-based type development. They have a larger industrial base. They have a more dynamic, or a more diverse industrial base when it comes to manufacturing and advanced manufacturing, logistics, and other sectors in the industrial sector. They also have a little more going on with respect to office development. Not a lot of major office, but more multi-tenant office, professional services. They also tend to be more hubs of retail attraction to the surrounding area. So they're typically generating more employment for those reasons. So a lot of the employment that we're identifying in Zorra really relates to local, population related, local population serving employment, local retail, a broad range of retail options, as well as additional institutional development related to education and health, and quite a bit of employment related to work at home and this off-site category, as well as some in the agricultural sector. So a lot of that's going to show up in work at home, because a lot of the farm-based community is at home. And there's consolidation of farms. There's going to be declines in agriculture, but there's going to be growth. So the primary sector doesn't tend to show as much growth overall in employment, even though we know that sector is still quite vibrant and quite prosperous. So those are really some of the main reasons why you don't see as much growth. The other reason is just that you do have an aging population locally and countywide. So it is putting downward pressure on that rate of growth, because of that, that labor force participation rate is getting a little bit lower over time because of that. I would just finally note that there's no real cap here. Like the province used to set these these projections as an upward ceiling of growth to sort of limit the amount of growth that you could ultimately accommodate. They've completely changed their tune on that. So in the last several years, they've revamped that to suggest that this is really the floor that they see for growth. So and that's obviously a very controversial discussion of how you sort of work with that. But the point is that there's nothing stopping you from accommodating more employment growth. You've got the land. I think the servicing issues are I think well in order. I'm not an engineer, so there could be more details to work on through that. But there's no reason why, if a larger scale industrial employer was to come to Zorra, that you couldn't you couldn't exceed this number. So there's nothing suggesting that you have to constrain yourself.
Thanks.
Anyone else? Not seeing anything. Thank you very much. Megan, is there anything you wanted to add?
Not really, just to say that the findings presented today are draft, and we're seeking your feedback. And we're continuing to meet with various groups, and we'll make the presentations to all area municipal councils. But we are aiming to present the findings to County Council in November. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. One last time, anything else from council? All right, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Next up is 8 reports from Public Services Department on 8.2A Recreation and Facilities Division Report 2025-049 from the Manager of Recreation Facilities. Manager Caldwell, is there anything you'd like to highlight for council before I ask them for questions? Questions from council on the report? Councilor Mitchell.
One of your charts shows a pretty steep decline in pickleball participation. Are there any factors of why we've had less pickleball participation this year?
Yeah, so there's never really just one factor for. Oh, it's on. I just can't see. There we go. There we go. So, yeah, participation trends are never just one factor. So we are speculating a bit, but we do know it was a very hot summer, and that might be at play. We did transition over the spring and summer season to our Pickup Hub new platform, but we still accepted cash over those 4 months, so we don't suspect that that was any main factor for people not participating. We do know that our players are taking advantage of the outdoor courts in nearby municipalities, Dorchester, Ingersoll, which is great, and we hope that they have their own courts to participate in next season. But we did mention in a previous report that our new fee structure, having the adult and senior rate, has impacted our statistics, often skewing them down a bit because we're averaging now on the total revenue versus the individual price points. So there's a number of influences potentially. And then lastly, we did have to cancel, we canceled Thamesford's programming a week earlier this year just to prepare for the ice season. So a number of factors at play. We've chatted with quite a few participants, and there's not one particular reason, just a mix of hot holidays and program cancellations.
So my concern, well, not real concern, but pickleball has exploded, and sometimes fads do that. They come fast and then they go away, but it doesn't appear to that. So.
Yeah, and
Still ongoing interest in it.
For sure. We did notice that in, particularly in Thamesford, it was a bit less busy over the summer, but there were still healthy numbers enough to justify running the program over the course of the season.
Another one of your charts shows a significant increase in rentals of the large halls, both in Thamesford and Embro, and that's good news because revenue generation, we've got those halls sitting there. It's nice to have them used. Any reasons why? It's been stagnant for quite a while, those big halls, and now we're seeing some usage.
Yeah, we did have a notable increase in rentals of our large halls from May to August, primarily in the direction of having more weddings and stag and does. We had 10 rentals this year compared to just 3 last year. So I don't know if it's just more advertising, more ability to book online, or just one of those seasons. But we did have a notable increase in stag and does and wedding receptions. And then we just had a new mix of private rentals for birthdays, funerals, baby showers. So it's great to see the halls busy, like you said, and it also gives our part-time staff some extra hours.
So all the various stages of life are being used. Yeah. Okay. My last question is, and I say this every year, how much I enjoy the reports from the camp, summer camp and the pool, because they're done by the supervisors who actually are on the ground. And the other reason I really like them is because they not only focus on the things that went well, they talk about things that maybe didn't go so good, need to be tweaked, and whatnot. So, and I think that's really good from a couple standpoints. It allows us to improve our programs, make them better for the people that we're serving. It also gives great buy-in for our employees that are working at these jobs. And 2 meetings ago, we talked about living wage and specifically about our part-time employees. Well, these young people that are working at the camps and the pools and the other jobs that they hold are getting a lot more out of these jobs than just some money. For a lot of them, it's their first job. And if we can make this a really great work experience, I think that is something that is very valuable for them as they start out their careers. So I applaud Sophia and the rest of our staff that give these young people that work for us part-time the ownership of their jobs and make them feel that's really more than just showing up for a shift and doing. The one thing that jumped out at me from the report on the camping was that and I'll quote, that having 2 male counselors made a significant positive difference. And she goes on to recommend that we hire at least 2 male counselors in future years. I'm just interested on, that kind of surprised me, that comment. I just wondered what your take is on why that whole issue.
Yeah, I think there's maybe 2 angles to look at that benefit from. One, just operationally, having 2 male counselors enables staff to be more helpful in times of transition and changing. Every day we're either at the pool or splash pad or both. So just from an operational lens, having males to assist male campers in the change rooms is a benefit. But also we just overall aim to have a diverse staff team, mix of genders, backgrounds, so that campers can see themselves reflected in our leadership, and they can also benefit from the different approaches to interacting with the campers. So we'll always aim to have a mix of counselors on to make a full team. So that was interesting operational, or that she had observed that as well. But it's kind of operational, but also just for our counselor or our campers to benefit from that range, because we serve a lot of different campers, and kind of lending back to the report that we just had, we're going to see more diverse mixes of camp in the years to come.
Good, thank you.
Any other questions on the report? Not seeing any. Do I have a mover? Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, second by Grigg, that report 2025-049 from the Manager of Recreation Facilities be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Nine, reports from Corporate and Protective Services Department. 9.2, Building Drainage and Bylaw Services, report 2025-091 from the Drainage Superintendent regarding engineer appointment for the Pearson-Sims Drain 2025. Director Martin, is there anything you want to highlight for council before I ask them for questions?
No, thanks.
Questions from council on the report? Not seeing any. Councillor Stewart.
Moved by Stewart, second by Grigg, that council appoint R.J. Burnside and Associates as engineer to review and prepare a report for lands within the Pearson-Sims Drain 2025.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 9.3, Financial Services, Director Grogan.
Thank you. Before we dive into my report, I'd just like to take a moment. I'm pleased to introduce our newest Zorra Finance team member. Alexander Linskog has joined us as the Financial Services Clerk, filling in a 12-month vacancy. Alex has a BA in Financial Economics from the University of Western Ontario, a Diploma of Business Finance from Fanshawe College, and is currently working towards a Professional Accounting Graduate Certificate. Alex previously worked as an insurance advisor for Western Financial Group, and we are super excited to welcome him to our team.
Anything you want to say?
No, thanks for the introduction. Pleasure to meet you all. I'll just point out that the team here is very warm and welcoming, and just thanks to everyone here for getting me off the ground and running, let's say.
I have one question for you. Kim introduced you as Alexander. My notes here say Alex. Which do you prefer? No. Not an acceptable answer.
Just to make it simple for people, but genuinely doesn't matter to me.
All right. I'll let you off. Thanks very much. And now we'll go on to report 2025-098 from the Manager of Financial Services, Treasurer Manager Grogan, regarding the 2026 budget public meetings schedule.
Happy to just answer any questions that council might have on this report.
Questions from council? Councillor Mitchell.
No problem with the schedule. It has worked before. I'm sure it'll work again. But my questions are about the chart, table number 1 that was included in your report. And when I looked at that, shows that Zorra's tax levy has increased by $4,479,089 a year in the last 7 years, which works out to a total of 57.8% increase, or 8.25% per year. The inflation rate is 2.98%, according to the Bank of Canada. So first of all, is my math correct? And we've worked really hard to do good budgets, and that number is kind of scary. So what factors have played into what appears on the surface a very large increase?
Thank you for your question. Your math is correct from a tax levy standpoint. There are, however, many factors that impact the annual tax levy and that drive increases in that levy. So I'll just kind of to name a few, certainly not a inclusive list by all means, but significant. So service delivery expansion as the result of growth, policy change, service level changes, inflation, both the CPI and the Building Construction Price Index, service delivery partner funding requirements such as our OPP agreements, also supply chain constraints. COVID has impacted those numbers, provincial policy changes, asset management, insurance. So that's just kind of to name a few of the larger ones that pop up. It is important to note that a tax levy increase does not translate equally into a tax rate increase due to the fact that we have assessment growth, and it's the tax rate increase and an individual property's assessed value that actually impact the tax bill.
Okay, so my follow-up question is that what impact does that growth have? We were looking at 57.8%, both bare figures. but when you factor in growth, what does that bring the growth, the percentage increase to?
Yep, absolutely. So just as kind of a refresher, each year the residential tax rate is calculated by taking the total tax levy determined during budget deliberations and dividing that total by the weighted average assessment for the municipality. That weighted average assessment is determined by taking the total assessment by class that is determined by MPAC and translating that into as if it were all residential assessment. So if we have a year where we have assessment growth, the weighted assessment will increase, which then impacts the tax rate. So as an example, if we experienced a year where the tax levy requirement, so the amount of dollars that we're raising as a result of budget deliberations to provide services, if that stayed consistent with the previous year and we increased tax assessment growth, we would actually see our tax rates decrease. Similarly, if we have a year where the tax levy percentage increase is less than the weighted average assessment increase, we also would see a year where tax rates would decrease. And we actually saw this back in 2019 and 2020. Just of note, there's a report that's being brought forward to council. It's brought forward in November of each year that further explains specifically the calculation of the tax rate and the relationship between the tax levy and the tax rate. So if I actually look at an individual property tax bill, remembering that our assessed values, which are determined by MPAC, are currently valued at January 1st, 2016 levels, and considering that MPAC has also provided the municipality with the information that our average residential assessment is sitting at $275,000, this property owner would have seen a Zorra portion of the tax bill equal to $1,463 in 2018. Comparatively, that same tax bill, same property, exact same assessment, because we haven't seen any changes in that assessment methodology, because we haven't had those assessment cycles due to COVID and subsequently decisions by the province. That same property would see Zorra taxes on their bill of $1,811. So this translates into an increase of $348, which is a 23.8% increase over that 8-year time period. If we then consider that over that same time period, CPI has increased by 22.2%, essentially our tax rates, considering our levy and our assessment growth, have kept in line with inflation over that same period of time.
And the third column in the chart is the overall tax rate increase. So then that factors in the county and in education as well as us. And some years we're higher than that final number, sometimes we're lower. What is the number, the total number over the last, from 2018 to 2025?
Yep, absolutely. So if I look at that exact same property assessed at $275,000 in 2018, it's got the exact same assessment as in 2025. That same property would have seen total taxes in 2018 of $3,038. 2025, that total increases to $3,671, which is an increase of $639.27, which translates into just under 21%. So overall, Zorra, the county, and the school boards, we're kind of keeping level with those inflationary increases when we're just looking at the consumer price index. To further complicate, municipalities are impacted through their construction contracts as well as materials purchases by the non-residential building construction price index, which has increased considerably higher than that CPI increase over that same time period.
So the reasons I asked
I'm going to tell you, I'm loving this, so just keep going. I am enjoying this no end. So Just, you two just keep
Those
going.
were the three questions. And the reason I asked the questions wasn't because I'm warming up for budget time in 6 weeks, and I got to get in. First of all, when I looked at those numbers, I wanted to put those in context for anybody else that looks at this and said, and holy crap, 4.5 million annual increase in tax levy in 7 or 8 years. Those people are nuts. They're pouring our money down the drain. And Kim just explained why we need more tax money. You also put it into context when you take all the other factors that, yeah, the money we need, but when you factor in growth and the other things that we are in line with inflation. We're not blowing the top off of things over the last 2 terms of council. The other reason I asked the question is I just kind of want to remind all of us that are or will be making decisions on the budget that some of the things that have kept our levy having a lower impact on the final tax bill are maybe not as secure with this budget as in the past. Kim talked about growth, and we see what's happening with growth and the amount of permits that are being put out. So maybe the growth won't be as much as we've had in the past. The other thing about growth is it doesn't necessarily mean that there's more taxpayers paying into the tax levy, because if somebody builds a new barn or a new house or a shed or something, that's still the same person, but their taxes are going up on. And the fact that MPACT hasn't done an update for everybody's taxes, that means that the people that build new things are getting a higher hit than they would have if everybody was getting theirs reevaluated. And the other thing is, as far as I can remember, the education taxes have basically been frozen for as long as I've been on council, and at some point, with school boards running huge deficits, I think those taxes are going to go up at some point, and who knows when the province is going to do that. So for now, that's it, Marcus. But Kim and I kind of teamed up on this. I threw her the pitches, and she hit them out of the park. So thanks, Kim.
Anyone else? I do want to just, before we go ahead with any kind of motion to adopt this schedule, I want to be sure that each and every one of us has actually looked at our calendars to make sure that these dates are viable for us. So has everybody done that? Do we need to pause for a minute for everybody to do that? We're good? Okay. If there's no other questions, do I have a mover? Councillor Stewart, have you got them all?
Yeah.
Today? Okay.
Moved by Stewart, second by Greg, that report 2025-098 from the Manager of Financial Services, Treasurer, be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 9.4 done. 9.4B, report 2025-096 from the Deputy Clerk, Legislative Coordinator regarding the 2026 Zorra Council meeting schedule. Deputy Clerk McLaughlin, is there anything you want to highlight for Council before I ask them for questions?
No, I'll just leave it open for questions.
Questions from Council on the report? Not seeing any. Do I have a mover? Councillor Stewart, of course.
Moved by Stewart.
Sorry, you have a question? Sorry.
Just looking at the calendar, I was looking at the Roma Conference and the Good Roads Conference. We have the AMO Conference dates in there, but if anybody is interested in doing the Roma Conference, it's January 18th to 20th, which would then land us a council meeting the very next day. So I was pondering moving that to January 15th, possibly. And the Good Roads is March 29th to April 1st, which then puts us coming home on the day of a council meeting. So again, moving that one to the Thursday before to the 26th. So
Was that a question to staff of what the implications of that would be if you wanted to do that? I think it was.
So, sorry, moving them to the Thursday. Yeah, I don't see any issue with that.
So we were talking about, I just want to make sure I understand the question and the answer. Thursday, January 15th, and what was the other one?
March 26th.
Sorry.
right?
My only thing would be March 26th, because we do have a council meeting the week before that, so I don't know if we could move it to, April 2nd is Good Friday. Holidays, actually, so.
Any other questions? Deputy Mayor?
I'll pose it as a question, but I'm really just wanting to put it out as an option. So it sounds like there's some potential for some conflict depending on anticipated participation in conferences and amount of time needed for preparation for meetings. Would it be possible for us to defer dealing with this report to a future meeting so that it gives time for staff to look into some of these adjustments and make a recommendation for council? Would that be an option for council today?
Yes, that's an option.
Any other questions? I always caution any council or board about deferring. Deferring is absolutely within your power to do. I don't mean to suggest that. I just suggest that if we're going to defer, we defer for a very specific reason and we have very clear action to do between now and then, which I think we do. Just want to say that out loud. Any other questions? Do I have a mover for anything?
Specific. Moved by Stewart, second by Greg, that council defer report 2025-096 to the next council meeting to explore optional dates that better suit Roma and Good Roads conference dates.
Any discussion? Councillor Mitchell.
Not so much the motion, but I do have a couple comments. Last year when we decided to only have one meeting in September, I expressed my concerns about that. And I think today has kind of played that out. And I'm not concerned so much about the length of the meeting, but the amount of time it took to prepare for this meeting, because we had a tremendous amount of information, a lot of data to soak through. It usually takes me better part of 2 days to prepare for a council meeting, and this one took me better part of 4. And I know I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, and it may take me longer to soak things in than others. But unlike my colleagues, I don't have much going on right now other than watching Blue Jays baseball, so I had the time to do that. So my concern is when we only have one meeting, the amount of time that council has to prepare for it, especially when we have issues like we had today. Having said that, next September we will be in an election campaign, and there's a possibility we will be a lame duck council. My experience last term was that those last 2 or 3 months we don't advance a whole lot of things. So I don't have a problem with just one meeting next September, but I do think going forward after that, it needs to be addressed that I think there's value in having meetings that are 2 or 3 hours long and that there's full preparation time to fit in with everybody's lives.
Anyone else? Fully agree with all of that, yeah.
Okay. Especially about not the sharpest knife.
I'll leave it that I fully agreed with all of it. Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. I did not anticipate that would be the one that would be the controversial motion today. 9.4C, Report 2025-046 from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding the property located at 8 Commissioner Street. CAO Larder, is there anything you want to highlight for Council?
No, nothing else to add. Just take any questions.
Questions from Council on the report? Not seeing any. Do I have a motion?
Moved by Stewart, second by Greg, that report 2025-046 from the CAO be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion? Deputy Mayor.
Just a comment on that theme of slow process and liking things to be quick. I just want to thank the CAO for bringing this report forward. It's very short, but I think it's an important update. And as some of these projects can be very lengthy, spanning years, if not multiple terms of council, I know that I've had some questions from the public off and on, and I'm sure for Councillor Finch, she's getting significantly more. So not only to update council where staff are finding areas of observation or updated recommendation. This is, the decision-making points sort of come at strategic times. Now is not one, and I just wanted to thank you for providing us this update, because it's also an update that then we can then share with the public as they are asking.
Anyone else? Councillor Finch.
I agree with Deputy Gregg. Thank you for bringing this forward. I'm sure the residents in the community are happy to see just some communication on 8 Commissioner Street, and I think it's wise to hold tight with that and move forward with looking at it after the Fire Master Plan. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'll be a little bit, I agree with both of you. I'll be a little bit more blunt. I really hate this report. I hate it because I want to move fast with this. I want to do more with it. Regardless of what council decides to do, I want to do it. That being said, it is absolutely the right thing to do. And I think that's sometimes something that as elected officials, we need to do a better job sometimes of explaining to residents that sometimes we don't like a thing, yet it is the most responsible thing to do, so we do it. I think whatever use council ultimately decides that property is for, right now we own it and control it entirely. And before we give that up, we need to be sure that we have done the best that the 5 of us can do with it. So while I dislike it intensely because it's not moving forward as fast as I personally would like to with any one of those options, it is without a doubt the best advice that our CAO could give us, and I firmly believe we should be following it in this case. Despite the fact that I don't like it, I will be voting in favor of the recommendation in the report because it is the responsible thing to do when you're actually governing these assets on behalf of residents. Anyone else? Do I have a mover? Oh, I asked for that already. It's like deja vu, just back and forth, you and I talking. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And I think lunch is here, so we'll take a break now for, what time do we want to come back in here at? In a half an hour is reasonable. So we'd be back in here at 1:10. 1:11, and I'll call the meeting back to order. And then there were 3. So I just have to look over here for motions now.
The right wing is taking over at the...
Depending on your perspective. So we are at 9.4D, Report 2025-095 from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding the AMO Conference. CIO Lauder, is there anything you want to highlight for Council?
No, nothing to highlight.
Questions from Council? Councilor Mitchell.
No questions, but a big comment and a big thank you to Diane for putting this report together. Back when pre-COVID, when I used to go to AMO Roma and Good Roads, I would put a report in the agenda. Although mines were much shorter and less detailed than yours, I think you're a better note taker than I was. But I think it's important to report on things like this for a couple of reasons, so that those of us that don't go to these conferences know what happened and what you learned, and also so that taxpayers know what goes on at these conferences, because it's not cheap time registration and hotels and whatnot. So the more communication we can have, more information we can share, the better. So I really enjoyed reading through what you put in that report, and so thank you.
Anything else? I have a mover.
Moved by Finch, seconded by Mitchell, that report 2025-095 from the Chief Administrative Officer be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 9.4E, Report 2025-092 from the Chief Administrative Officer regarding health services of the Thamesford Medical Clinic. CIO Letter, is there anything you'd like to highlight for Council?
I don't have anything else to add, but I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions from Council on the report? Councilor Mitchell.
Diane, in the report, you talk about collaborating with the Oxford Ontario Health Team. So just who is the Oxford Ontario Health Team?
It is a team of local health professionals, organizations, and community members working together to create a system so that patients have access to the right care at the right time and know where to go. And it includes hospitals, primary care, community support services, home and community care providers, social service providers, that sort of thing.
I would just add to, if it wasn't clear, that it is a provincially mandated structure, the OHT, in each case. So it's not just an ad hoc assembly of people. That being said, it's not entirely clear that there is a governance structure or that there is one at all, frankly, is not clear. But I think, yeah, anyway. Any other questions? Do I have a mover? Councilor.
Moved by, moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Finch, that report 2025-092 from the Chief Administrative Officer be received and filed for information purposes, and the staff be directed to work with the Ontario Health Team to investigate any and all opportunities to extend services to the communities of the Township of Zorra.
Is there any discussion? Councilman.
Yeah, this is another issue that seems to drag on forever. It's a really tricky one because it's about something that we as a municipality shouldn't be providing. Health services is the responsibility of the province. Several councils ago decided to get involved in the Thamesford medical facility, and it's been part of our budget ever since, and we're really between a rock and a hard place on this, and there's no real easy answers. So thanks for the report, and hopefully the province has made a commitment with Jane Philpott to up the number of family practitioners, and hopefully that comes to fruition in the near future and helps us with this issue.
Anyone else? Yeah, I think I couldn't agree more. It is endlessly frustrating to me the number of areas that municipalities are asked to step into essentially because, other levels of government haven't done necessarily everything they could do. And with respect to health in Ontario, it just seems to be coming up time and time again, either directly or indirectly. So I think this is appropriate advice, I think, from the CAO, though, to say, work with, like if we can collaborate with somebody to get some better services for residents, let's collaborate, let's work with people for sure. But I think, hopefully in working with, we could, find ways to not be directly involved in delivering health services, because we're not the experts in it, and we don't want to staff up to be the experts in it, and we shouldn't have to staff up to be the experts in it. So I think this is a great report from the CAO to say, like, let me work with people to see if I can help them deliver services here, as opposed to us saying, let's go throw money at the problem and hire people and things like that is the right way to do this. Yeah, very supportive of this. Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And we covered correspondence. Boards and committees. Upper Thames River Conservation Authority update from Board Member Mitchell.
The Upper Thames River Conservation Authority board meeting met on August 26th. Prior to the meeting, we had an opportunity to go down to the turtle hatching lab and a presentation from the ever enthusiastic Scott Gillingwater. As of August 26th, that lab had hatched and returned and released over 10,000 turtles, which makes it the largest turtle hatching program of species at risk in North America, which I thought was pretty impressive. And then we saw some of the little thumb-sized turtles that they hatch, and they included the spiny softshell, snapping turtles, painted turtles, and map turtles. In the actual meeting, we had a letter from the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks saying that they have taken over responsibility back from the Ministry of Natural Resources, and I've lost track of how many times they've flip-flopped us back between those two ministries, which is a bit of a problem because every time you flip back, you got to deal with new people and perhaps new priorities and whatnot. We had a long, detailed report on the drawdown of water in Lake Victoria in the heart of Stratford. Lake Victoria is formed by the RT Ore Dam on the Avon River. It's right in front of the Shakespeare Festival building. It's a major tourist focus in the city of Stratford. During a storm on July the 4th, one of the two gates were opened to prevent flooding upstream. But when it went to close, there was debris stuck under the gate, which prevented it from closing, and Upper Thames staff tried to open it to free the debris. They did that a few times, but every time they did, it made the situation worse because the debris just moved enough that they couldn't close the floodgate or the dam's gates. So it was open for a week until it was safe enough that they could actually get the debris out of there. In that time, there was 12 Upper Thames staff that worked for 3 days to move over 1,000 stranded mussels that were now above water and would have died otherwise. The impact was significant on tourism and recreation. There's paddle boat operations, there's the famous Stratford swans and other things that go on in that lake that were impacted by it. One thing that was also of concern was they have a huge dragon boat festival. And they were concerned that that was not going to be able to happen. The report goes on to talk about different, what they considered to refill it, including pumping water out of a gravel pit further upstream. They didn't have to do that. We got some unexpected solid rains that eventually brought the level back up, and the Dragon Boat Festival was able to go on as planned. The report also went into some detail about other possible options to reduce future problems with debris impacting the dam. We had our preliminary draft budget, operating revenue of $28.4 million, operating costs of $27.5 million, for a surplus of $900,000, which is better situation at this point than we've had for several budgets. Total capital projects of $9 million, to be funded $3.7 million from levy, $4 million from grants, and $1.3 million from reserves. The impact on the Zorra budget is our levy will be significantly increased this year it increased by $49,000 to $101,500, and that's broken down to $79,000 for the Embro Dam and $22,500 for the Harrington Dam. The reason for the increase is because the cost association with decommissioning the Embro Dam. We had a mid-year financial update. There was no concerns expressed there. We had an update on the strategic plan, which will be ready for approval by the board in January. We had an update on hazardous mapping. The updating of hazardous mapping has been completed within the city limits of London, and the next step is that they will be mapping from Pittock Dam through to London. And then we had several other routine reports that we have every meeting, but that was it for this one.
Any questions? Not seeing any. Do I have a mover?
Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Finch, that item 11A be received and filed for information purposes only.
Is there any discussion? I do actually have a question. You said about a $900,000 surplus. Is that an operational surplus?
Operational.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So not necessarily associated with assets or capital projects then.
No, capital projects are.
Yep.
Well, as you well know, and capital projects are very dependent on funding, WECI and other grant funding, and a lot of capital projects don't go ahead if the grant doesn't come. It's kind of similar to what we do, but kind of not similar either. So, but the similarity is that operating is broke down into this new system into 3 different categories,
Okay.
The biggest impact is that our budget's going to go up for the Embro Dam.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And I think now we're at calendar. Oh no, sorry. Information items. 12A, correspondence from Oxford County regarding PW 2025-45 single source award container distribution inventory management system. Do I have a mover on that?
12A, moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Finch, that item 12A be received and filed for information purposes only. Whoops. Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Finch, that bylaws 35-25 and 36-25 be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed, and further that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign the same and affix the corporate seal thereto.
Sorry, is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And now 16, items of community interest and the calendar. Anybody have anything? Councillor Finch.
The Embro Legion breakfast is starting back up October 5th. Do I have the times? 9 to 12:30. 9 a.m. to 12:30. Cash or check only. That's it.
Two things this evening at 7 p.m. in the Church Hall in Lakeside. There's a presentation called Seniors in Food Crisis. The speaker is Jana LaRue Hendren. This Saturday, or a week from Saturday, September 27th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Brown School is their annual car show. No admittance charge, and then there is lunch available to purchase there. And prior to the meeting, the fire chief asked me to mention this, and on the evening of Thursday, September 11th, the Embro Fire Hall was called to respond for a patient that was lacking a pulse. Effective advanced CPR and AED use was instrumental in recovering a pulse. The patient was transferred to paramedics for transport. The following staff were on site: District Chief Matt Cockle, Deputy District Chief Corby Kerwin, Captain Matt Van Ginkel, Firefighter Dennis Burkers, Firefighter Brendan Tryon, Firefighter Carly Brown, and Firefighter Caitlin Noble. Having been in this situation time, this is pretty rare, and on behalf of council, I'd like to commend these firefighters for their efforts.
Absolutely. Anybody have any other items of communication to the calendar? On the 20th this month, Oxford County Libraries are celebrating their 60th anniversary formally at Ingersoll Library at noon. And then on the 28th this month, there's a Truth and Reconciliation March in Woodstock at noon. Those are the only ones that I had that were not already mentioned. Anyway, anything else? I think then all we have is confirmatory and adjournment. Who's got those?
Moved by Councillor Finch, seconded by Councillor Mitchell, that bylaw 37-25, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held September 17th, 2025, be read a first, second, and third time this September 17th, 2025, and further that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign the same affixed corporate seal thereto.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And a motion to adjourn?
Moved by Councillor Finch, seconded by Councillor Mitchell, that this session of council be now adjourned and herewith closed at 1:28 p.m. and the next meeting of council be called for October 1st, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. in the council chambers at the Zorra Municipal Center.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried, and we are adjourned.